Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it's quite impressive to stand here, by the way. Good afternoon, dear guests from the Netherlands and from abroad. Welcome. Welcome to the heart of the old fisherman's town of Scheveningen, nowadays part of the municipality of The Hague, nowadays also part of a beach resort. It was only a few weeks ago that German tourists and Dutchmen were sunbathing here at the beach 100 meters from here. It's difficult to imagine now, but the times are changing. And the times change not only in terms of the seasons, but also in terms of the history in Europe and beyond. And today we are gathered here, friends, to discuss an important aspect of these changing times in Europe, the undermining of the rule of law in Europe. Europe these days is challenged from the outside and from the inside. From the outside, by the changing patterns of power around us, the way war at the European continent and the way that will end will impact our security architecture for years. War in the Middle East, with some politicians using that to polarize our societies. Changing point of gravity on the globe, more to the south and definitely more towards the east, towards Asia. Europe struggling with the question how to deal with the rise of a more assertive China. And meanwhile, the uncertainty growing about the US and its foreign policy course. Trump's re-election having made it clear that his first term was not an aberration. And further over the horizon, issues such as the future of Africa standing before the challenge of huge demographic growth in the decades to come, and the question how many jobs can be created to bring perspective to a growing population. Challenge from the outside, but also challenge from the inside. The functioning of our democracies, autocratic tendencies on the rise, even within the Western world. The temptation of autocracy looming larger than before. And as we'll learn today, when a challenge to the rule of law is posed, it can become very tangible, it can become very concrete, it can become very menacing. And autocratic developments are very hard to roll back. Today, our speakers will explain what this means concretely. These are people who have made a difference in their country, in their situation. And I hope they will also be able today to discuss what they suggest as concrete solutions, as reform proposals to make government more effective to the lives of their citizens, while maintaining and strengthening democracy and the rule of law. One further observation from my side here today as an introduction. Today we are honored to have this conversation with people with whom Pieter Omtzigt has been working very concretely in the past. Of which I have to say that one person who was originally announced for today, Matthew Caruana Galizia, is unfortunately not able to join us here today because of personal reasons. But our speakers today, they show us the wider vision of Europe that Pieter Omtzigt always expressed. The idea of a Europe going beyond the narrower vision of the EU and its Brussels institutions. Yes, the EU matters, very much so, as a project based on the idea of cooperation and security through pooled sovereignty, but in line with what Ivan Krastev and Mark Leonard already wrote 15 years ago, via their spectre of a multipolar Europe, our future is also dependent on other European projects, all of which are in different ways significant to our common future. Russia, and the question to what extent it can ever move to a post-imperial existence. Turkey, its post-Kemalist project, the country having emerged as an ambitious regional power. And lastly, the project of strengthening the transition, the development of the relatively newly independent nations in a grey zone between those various poles. Countries of the Western Balkan, countries of the Caucasus, countries of the EU's Eastern Partnership, countries ranging from Belarus to Armenia. The dynamics of these projects, let's call it the wider Europe, have become ever more important as a result of the policy shifts in Europe and in Europe's unspoken great power, the US. During the Cold War and its immediate aftermath, the US was a full-time European power. In the last years, however, and I just returned from a visit to Washington last week, the US is clearly signaling its desire to revert to a role as an offshore balancer in Europe, shifting its focus to other concerns inside and outside. Increasingly, Washington expects Europe to take more care of itself, and how Trumpism affects the rule of law in Europe, both Western Europe and wider Europe, can be a matter to be discussed here today. The temptation of autocracy is getting stronger these days. The rise of autocracy will not necessarily bring more North Korea-style dictators to power. It'll be more subtle, about populist political leaders exploring the weaknesses of our democracy, disinformation, political narratives which ultimately undermine the rule of law. And we see in some European countries, even inside the EU, how professional propaganda, kleptocratic financial structures, bending the rules can have an impact also beyond borders. Pieter Omtzigt, around whom we are gathering here today, has been someone who registered and interpreted increasing signals about the challenges to the rule of law in Europe. Thanks to his broad horizon and practical work at the Council of Europe's Parliamentary Assembly and its meetings in Strasbourg, and we'll hear from more about it here today. Through him, we can learn how important it is to stand for your views, to keep close to your values, uphold the principles of international law and the rule of law at home and abroad. And please allow me now to go to our speakers, elaborating on their experience, their struggles, their ideas on what is needed to halt the decline of rule of law in Europe. And we'll start here today with Bill Browder, Sir Bill Browder, who is an American-born British citizen who invested in the Russian Federation in the 1990s. His company was among the largest foreign investors in Russia for years. However, he exposed corruption and malpractices at partly state-owned enterprises, after which Putin's regime blacklisted him. His company in Russia was raided and seized on controversial charges, and one of his auditors, Sergei Magnitsky, was arrested. The European Court of Human Rights ruled that Magnitsky was detained in inhuman conditions, and he ultimately died, indeed, in prison. Bill Browder lobbied US Congress to pass the Magnitsky Act. We've all heard from it, a law to punish Russia's human rights violators, signed into law by President Obama in 2012. Browder published 2 books, Red Notice and Freezing Order, which have also been translated into many languages, including into Dutch. Bill Browder, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I'm very happy to see a full house here to honor Pieter Omtzigt, who is a good man, a good friend, and one of the true voices of justice that I've come across. I want to tell you my story, and I want to tell you how my story intersected with Pieter and the role that he played in a historic campaign for justice around Sergei Magnitsky, my murdered lawyer. As Casper just said, my biography is that I was an investor in Russia. I went there for a very odd reason. My grandfather was the head of the American Communist Party in the 1930s and 40s. And so I said to myself, how can I rebel from this family of communists? And I put on a suit and tie and became a capitalist. The Berlin Wall came down, and I said to myself, if my grandfather was the biggest communist in America, I'm going to try to become the biggest capitalist in Eastern Europe, and that's what I set out to do. And I succeeded. I became the largest foreign investor in Russia, and I started buying shares of all these big Russian companies. And it all looked very exciting and interesting until I discovered that every one of the companies that I was investing in was being robbed blind by the Russian oligarchs and corrupt officials. So to try to fight the stealing and stop the corruption, I started to expose it. I would research who was doing the stealing and then share the research with the international media. Well, as you can imagine, this didn't make me many friends in Russia. And on November 13th, 2005, I was flying back to Russia after having lived there for 10 years. I was arrested at the border. I was held in the airport detention center for 15 hours, and then I was deported and declared a threat to national security. I understood when the Russians turn on you, they don't tend to do so mildly, they do with extreme prejudice, and so I evacuated my entire staff. I liquidated my portfolio, and I thought that's the end of my time in Russia. Well, it turned out to be not the end of my time in Russia, but the beginning of the worst nightmare you could ever imagine. About a year later, my office in Moscow was raided by 25 police officers. My law firm's office, the American law firm I used, was raided by 25 more police officers. And they seized the stamps, seals, and certificates to our investment holding companies. At this point, I hired a young lawyer. His name was Sergei Magnitsky, to investigate. And he discovered that the reason that they seized all of our documents was in order for a group of corrupt officials working together with organized criminals to steal $230 million of taxes that we paid to the Russian government from the Russian government using our documents. Sergei discovered this crime. He testified against the officials involved. I publicized the people who were the wrongdoers, and we sat back and waited for the good guys to get the bad guys. Well, it turns out that in Putin's Russia, there are no good guys. And several weeks after Sergei testified against the corrupt officials involved, some of the same corrupt officials arrested him, put him in pretrial detention, and then began to torture him to withdraw his testimony. They put him in cells with 14 inmates and 8 beds and left the lights on 24 hours a day to impose sleep deprivation. They put him in cells with no heat and no window panes in December in Moscow, and he nearly froze to death. They put him in cells with no toilet, just a hole in the floor where the sewage would bubble up. They moved him from cell to cell to cell in the middle of the night, and the purpose of all this was to get him to withdraw his testimony against the corrupt police officers and to sign a false confession to say that he had stolen the $230 million and he had done so on my instruction. Sergei was a man of incredible principle and integrity. He refused, and the torture got worse and worse and worse. After about 6 months of this, he started to develop terrible pains in his stomach. He went to the prison infirmary, and they diagnosed him as having pancreatitis and gallstones and needing an operation, which was scheduled for the 1st of August, 2009. A week before the operation, his jailers came to him and tried to get him to sign a false confession again. Again, he refused. In retaliation, they moved him to a prison that didn't have any medical facilities, a maximum security prison. There, his untreated pancreatitis got worse and worse and worse. He was in constant agonizing pain. He wrote 20 different requests for medical attention to every different branch of the criminal justice system, and every one of his requests was either ignored or denied in writing. On the night of November 16, 2009, Sergei Magnitsky went into critical condition. On that night, the prison, without the medical wing, decided they didn't want to have responsibility for him anymore. They put him in an ambulance to take him to a prison that had a medical wing. But when he got to that prison, instead of putting him in the emergency room, they put him in an isolation cell. They chained him to a bed, and 8 riot guards with rubber batons beat Sergei Magnitsky until he died. He was 37 years old. He left a wife and 2 children. I got the news the next morning. and it was the most horrifying, traumatizing, heartbreaking news I could have ever gotten. Sergei Magnitsky was killed because he was my lawyer. He'd still be alive today. He died at the age of 37. And I could not forgive myself for having allowed him to be put in this situation, and I decided to put aside all of my other activities and devote all of my time, energy, and resources going after the people who killed him to make sure they face justice. And that's what I set out to do. And at first I tried to get justice inside of Russia, but it became quickly clear that there was no possibility of justice inside of Russia. They circled the wagons. Vladimir Putin personally got involved in exonerating and covering up the crime. And so when it became clear that I couldn't get justice inside of Russia, I said, how do I get justice outside of Russia? And I came up with an idea, which is that the people who killed Sergei killed him because he uncovered a financial crime in which they benefited from. And they take that money that they've stole in this particular case and many other cases like it outside of Russia, because as easily as they stole it, it could be stolen from them. And so I said to myself, I may not be able to prosecute these people for torture and murder in Russia in a foreign jurisdiction, but I can absolutely try to get a foreign jurisdiction to try to either freeze their assets or ban their travel. And so I took this idea to Washington, and I met with two senators there, a Democrat from Maryland named Benjamin Cardin, a Republican from Arizona, John McCain, and I said, can we freeze the assets and ban the visas of the people who killed Sergei Magnitsky? And they surprisingly said, yes, we should try. And they came up with something called the Magnitsky Act, which would do that, just that, freeze the assets and ban the travel. And in the process of, and so they introduced the Magnitsky Act, and as I started to advocate for it, I was joined by several Russian members of the opposition. A man named Boris Nemtsov, who's sadly no longer here because he was killed in 2015, and another man named Vladimir Kara-Murza, who is sitting somewhere in the audience, and you'll hear from him momentarily. And he and I together started to go around offices in Washington advocating for the passage of the Magnitsky Act. And this was at a time in Washington when there was no pro-Russian torture and murder lobby in the United States. And when it went for a vote, it passed the Senate 92-4. It passed the House of Representatives with 89%. And it became a federal law on December 14, 2012, signed by President Obama. Vladimir Putin went out of his mind when this law was passed. In retaliation, he banned the adoption of Russian orphans by American families. He made repealing the Magnitsky Act his single largest foreign policy priority, and he started going after me personally with death threats, kidnapping threats, Interpol arrest warrants, extradition requests, lawsuits, propaganda, everything he could possibly unleash against me. He thought that all this would dissuade other countries from doing the Magnitsky Act, and he thought all this would intimidate me in trying to not get other countries to do the Magnitsky Act. But I was driven by righteous anger and absolute determination for justice, and I was not going to be intimidated. And I realized that while it was great to get the United States to do a Magnitsky Act, the place where all these bad guys go is Europe. And so I then, along with Vladimir Kara-Murza, started going to Europe. And when I say going to Europe, we went to Brussels. We went to the European Commission. And I said to them, we need to have a Magnitsky Act in Europe. These bad guys come here. And at first they said, oh, no, that's not possible. There was too much financial interest coming to Europe. There were too many people financially benefiting from it. There was Germany getting the gas, and at the time, the UK was getting all the oligarchs' money, and here in the Netherlands, there was all sorts of business interests, and nobody wanted anything to do with it. But I kept on at it, and Vladimir kept at it, and we just kept on banging away and hammering away. And eventually we started getting members of the European Parliament to issue resolutions and letters and support and so on and so forth. And the European Commission wanted nothing to do with this. And so when it became clear that we had some moral voice backing us from the politicians, they said, well, it may be a good idea, but it's not really for us to decide here in Brussels. You have to go to the member states. So I started going to member states along with Vladimir, and we would get parliamentarians in the member states to call on the government to do something, and then the government would say, well, it's not really for us to decide. This is for Brussels to decide. And so there I was sitting there with this catch-22, and everybody, and it just nobody wanted to do it. And in the process of all this, I met who I would describe as young. He might not consider himself young. Dutch politician, Pieter Omtzigt. And Peter is a very special person, different than many other people I've met. He has a core of indignation when it comes to injustice, and I don't know. We haven't really discussed where it comes from, but he really dislikes injustice, and he doesn't care that much about what other people think about him if he's doing the right thing. And so he said, we're going to do something with this. We're going to make something happen. And he came up with the cleverest idea. Now, of course, at this time, the Dutch government, like the Swedish government and the German government and the French government, none of them wanted to have anything to do with the Magnitsky Act. But what I love about the Netherlands is you have so many different parties that the government is not the dominant party. It may be the dominant party, but it doesn't control all the votes. And so he came up with an idea, which is to go to Parliament and to put a resolution to Parliament calling on the government to introduce an EU Magnitsky Act. And if they don't succeed within 5 months of getting an EU Magnitsky Act, then they have to come back to the Netherlands and pass the Dutch Magnitsky Act. And the government here at the time absolutely did not want a Dutch Magnitsky Act because of all these business reasons. And so it would be easier to somehow put this into the European thing and hope for the best over there. And so they launched an EU Magnitsky Act on Peter's initiative. And I should point out that when it went for a vote, there were a surprising number of people voting against it. At the time, it was the ruling party, the VVD, along with the far left and the far right. But with the beauty of this coalition of government, some of the coalition partners voted for it. And in fact, I think we had more than 53% voted for it, and that was enough to force the Dutch government to put this into play. And so with this thing that Peter had come up with, it was now in play, sort of half-heartedly in play, I would say, because the Dutch government didn't want to be seen to be too tough on Russia or whatever. But once it was in play, once I went to the other countries, Sweden and so on, instead of them saying, no, we can't do it, they would say, okay, well, they half-heartedly signed on to the Dutch initiative. And so one by one, all these countries that didn't really want to do it half-heartedly signed on to the Dutch initiative, and pretty soon the Dutch initiative was gathering momentum, half-hearted momentum, but momentum nonetheless. And then with one exception, which was Hungary. Hungary didn't want to. Viktor Orban was on, is I believe, on some type of payroll. And so he was blocking it and blocking it, and he didn't care what anyone thought about him in Europe, and he continues to not care about what anyone thinks about him in Europe. But he really cared about what people and particularly Republicans thought about him in America. And remember, the Magnitsky Act passed 92-4 in America with some very significant Republicans. And so I went to one of the most conservative Republicans, who was one of the initial backers of the Magnitsky Act, a Republican senator from Mississippi named Senator Roger Wicker. And I told him how we almost are at success in Europe, except for Hungary is blocking it. And he said, well, that's outrageous. And he called up the Hungarian ambassador in Washington, and he said, you guys have to stop doing this. And if you don't stop, I'm going to go into a public battle with Viktor Orban over his blocking of the Magnitsky Act. And Orban really didn't want that to happen. And so the ambassador said, well, just give us a week. And a week later, the Hungary dropped their opposition to the Magnitsky Act. And one would have thought that that would be it. That would be enough to get it over the line. But it just sat there, and it wasn't until Alexei Navalny was poisoned with Novichok that the EU had to do something, and that was when they passed the Magnitsky Act. Now, none of this would have ever happened without Pieter Omtzigt. And and I've been around to so many different places, and all sorts of politicians always think, well, I'm just like one member of parliament in one country. What can I do? And here you had one member of one party in one country, in a relatively small country, that was able to figure out the system and get this process moving. And for that, Peter, I'm eternally grateful for what you've done. And we have something called the Magnitsky Award, which we give out every year to honor Sergei Magnitsky, and we honor different heroes. And in the world of politics, Peter was one of our honorees for the Magnitsky Award. And what's most remarkable about this story is, and you're going to hear it in a few minutes with all the other people who are going to come up here, is that this is just one portfolio, one file. And there are many other files in which Peter had the same impact. And it pains me that Peter is leaving politics, because to have such a hero and someone so effective not in the game is a big loss. But when I was asked to come here to honor Peter, I said without even hesitation I would clear my schedule and be here no matter what, because he is a hero. What he did was historic, and whatever he decides to do next, he can check that box that he really made a difference and changed the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you very much. And please, to the audience, I can say, if you want to ask specific questions to each of the speakers, we'll have some time for that at the end of the panel discussion later this afternoon. I'll now go to our next speaker, who is Gerald Knaus. He's the chairman of the European Stability Initiative, a think tank founded in Sarajevo about 25 years ago, and now operating mostly from Berlin and also from other European cities. And I know him mostly from meeting me and several colleagues in Athens when I was a Dutch ambassador there 10 years ago during the migration crisis. You may remember all the little boats coming from Turkey to the Greek islands. And he came to meet us, and he had some bold ideas, I remember. It's a bit of out of the box on how to bring that crisis under control. And I remember critically questioning him, but also transmitting a report to our Prime Minister's office in The Hague and some people in Brussels about his proposals. His proposals were later worked out and became what basically is the EU-Turkey migration deal. But Gerald's creative mind has never been limited to the migration crisis and migration issues. He has also focused on democracy and the rule of law, or rather the lack of it, in a number of countries in and around the European Union. Gerald Knaus is an Austrian citizen, was educated at Oxford, Brussels and Bologna, has published numerous articles, and I also remember having read a book on interventions that you wrote together with Rory Stewart. Am I correct? So please, an applause for Gerald Knaus.
Dear Peter, I would like just to say when I joined the Parliamentary
thanks a lot.
Council of Europe, everybody says you should know Pieter Omtzigt. Pieter Omtzigt is one of the pillars of this organization, of this assembly. And when I started to work with you, it was a great pleasure because you really was the person who not devoted just to the Parliamentary Assembly, but you are devoted to the values of this Assembly. And it's a little bit pity for me that you decided to change a little bit your life to be more free and more happy. And I would like to wish you prosperity and happiness in all your undertakings. But I would like to say that your name is in our hearts, and we are trying to do our best to at least to act at the same level as it used to do Pieter Omtzigt. Thank you so much.
Dear Peter, I want to wish you all the best now in your new activities. I know that you are going to be active as ever, but without politics. And I can tell you from experience, life is worse while living without politics. So all the best and tot ziens.
Well, thanks a lot, Caspar, and thanks a lot, Peter, for this invitation, this honor, this pleasure to be here. I've already been introduced. I'm based in Berlin at the moment. My name is Gerald Knaus. And let me start with an event that I think if there is a documentary on this battle in the biggest corruption crisis, or indeed crisis in the history of the Council of Europe, if there's ever a thriller made, and there was one made in Germany, but if there's ever a thriller made by Dutch television, it might start in January 2017. In a Renaissance building, a restaurant on the 3rd floor in the center of Strasbourg, next to the cathedral, in the evening, on the 3rd floor, a small group of members of European parliaments who were in Strasbourg for the session of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe gathering and discussing what to do in the face of really an incredible story of corruption, where the Council of Europe, Europe's oldest human rights institution, had been captured, bought, manipulated, undermined by an autocratic regime, and where it had become clear what was happening, but nobody was prepared to take action. And in that room, there was a very active German social democrat, there was a social democrat from Luxembourg, I remember a Swedish liberal, and there was one member of the biggest group in the Parliamentary Assembly, the EPP, the European People's Party, one member, and that was Pieter Omtzigt. And he was in an unusual position because his group had been really dominant in the Parliamentary Assembly, but it had been run by people, well, I just give you 3 names. In January 2017, Axel Fischer, who's currently on trial in Germany on the suspicion of corruption by Azerbaijan. The trial is ongoing in Munich. The predecessor of Axel Fischer was the president of the Assembly in January 2017, a Spanish senator, Pedro Agramunt, also EPP, also then previously leader of the group, who was forced, in a second we will hear about this, to resign as the only president ever of the Parliamentary Assembly. And his predecessor as leader of the EPP party group was an Italian, Luca Volonte, who was sentenced in first instance to 4 years of jail in 2021 in a court in Italy. Now, this group wasn't the only group in the Parliamentary Assembly that was infected. There were people in almost all political party groups that had been bribed, bought, and corrupted. But in the EPP, there were very few. Basically, there was just one prepared to go against this overall consensus. And the consensus was, don't rock the boat. In Strasbourg, don't mention what everybody knew, that the institution was being undermined and corrupted by the people of Ilham Aliyev, the dictator, in Baku on the Caspian Sea. Now, in that discussion, it became clear that everything needed to change in Strasbourg. The rules to investigate in a case of suspicion of corruption were such that only one person could instigate an investigation. The president of the Assembly, Pedro Agramunt, who was himself the problem. It was clear that the rules on disclosure of corruption for the members were worse than the rules for the functionaries of FIFA, and this in an institution that was supposed to set an example of protection of human rights and the rule of law. Now, what happened then? I will tell you in a second, but how did we get there? How was it possible that a small country could take over one of the most important, well, the most important human rights institution on the continent? My colleagues and myself discovered in 2011, when friends of us were arrested in Azerbaijan on trumped-up charges. They were beaten up by thugs of the regime in a restaurant, and then they were charged with hooliganism and put to jail. We discovered a paradox that the Council of Europe seemed to get ever more friendly. The assessments got ever more positive the more people were put in jail in Azerbaijan. In 2012, we wrote a report based on insider knowledge and whistleblowers in the country, where we had discovered that there was a systematic campaign ongoing already then for more than 1 decade of buying, bribing, blackmailing members of parliaments in France, in Spain, in Italy, in the Netherlands, in Germany, in Sweden, everywhere, trying to bribe them to vote whenever they came to to Strasbourg, to the Council of Europe, in favor of Azerbaijan. We wrote the report and we called it caviar diplomacy. That's how they called it internally, because one of the gifts they gave to the dozens of members of the assembly who were on their side was caviar. But there was much more, much, much more. Our report was received by the press. I remember meeting with Peter shortly thereafter in his office in The Hague. He was shocked. Frank Schwabe was shocked, the Social Democrat. But the General Secretary of the institution, who was, after all, a former Norwegian Prime Minister, Thorbjørn Jagland, and at that time was also in charge of the Nobel Peace Prize. He was actually heading the committee that was giving the prize that a certain American president so very much wants at the moment. Fortunately, he's no longer heading that committee, because he didn't move a finger. The allegations were known. They were discussed in the corridors. People talked about envelopes of money being given to election observers with thousands of euros in cash. People were talking about the holidays, the many events, but nothing happened. Until 2016, when, partly because of the reports my colleagues and myself had written, but especially because of the work of Italian prosecutors who read our reports and connected them to strange transfers to the bank account of Luca Volonte, the previous head of the EPP group in the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, an Italian politician. And to his account, 2.4 million euros had been transferred in batches of hundreds of thousands each month. He actually later admitted he had a contract for 10 million euros to be paid through strange constructions, through banks in the Baltic states and then in the Marshall Islands or in Scotland, but the money all originated in Azerbaijan. Italian prosecutors then found the emails that Luca Volonte exchanged with other members of the assembly who were from Azerbaijan, where he thanked them for the juicy gifts he had received after his trip, where he discussed how he would mobilize voters among the other party groups, mentioned his associates, and then talked in particular about one shameful vote in January 2013, where 125 elected members of different European democracies who were in Strasbourg that day voted that black was white. There was a resolution by a German rapporteur about political prisoners in Azerbaijan, and 125 said, there are no political prisoners in Azerbaijan. All these people in jail are criminals, hooligans. They probably deserve it. After this shameful vote, the representative of the Azerbaijani delegation was joyful and said, the Council of Europe belongs to us. It belongs to Azerbaijan. And in 2013, he was right. But when the Italians discovered all these email conversations, including, by the way, the links between that group and the Russian delegation, they then issued an indictment. The indictment was the basis for another report my colleagues and I wrote, and we published at the end of 2016, came to Strasbourg, expecting everybody to do something, but as I said, in the end it was a very small group of a handful of people, and nothing would have happened without them. In the end, Peter suggested, why don't we do a resolution? Why don't we call for an investigation? Why don't we, in the end, press for the resignation of Pedro Agramunt, who'd made his career defending, apologizing for the human rights violations of Azerbaijan? And to cut this story short, a few months later, the Council of Europe was transformed. For the first time ever, Pedro Agramunt, as president of the assembly, somebody had to resign. There was a change of the guard. In many of the party groups, new people came to the fore. The Parliamentary Assembly reasserted itself as the moral conscience of the institution, and it became visible in January last year when a majority ruled that with almost 300 political prisoners in Azerbaijan, things were dramatic, and Azerbaijan, the delegation, lost the right to vote. Now, this transformation, if it wouldn't have happened, the Council of Europe would have died a moral and political death. What is this institution that Azerbaijan wanted to corrupt? And does it matter? Well, it actually all started here in the city of The Hague in 1948. The Hague Congress, which Winston Churchill had invited to, together with people all around Europe who wanted to build a different Europe after World War II, called for a Charter of Human Rights, a Council of Europe, and the European Court of Human Rights. The Council of Europe was then set up as a club of only democracies, initially only 12, in London in April 1949. It was a huge, momentous occasion, and when the parliamentarians met for the first time in August 1949 in Strasbourg, everybody who was important in European politics wanted to be there. Adenauer was there, Schuman was there, Paul-Henri Spaak, the great Belgian foreign minister and politician, was there. And in the first session, it was decided, and I just quote from the speech of one of the French members of the Assembly, former French Minister of Justice, who drafted the Convention on Human Rights. He said, "Democracies do not become totalitarian in one day. Evil progresses slowly. One by one, freedoms are suppressed. We need to see that so that we can intervene before it is too late. We need a conscience that will sound the alarm." So the idea was to create a body that would safeguard individual rights through an independent court, which was the convention signed in 1950, the courts established at the end of the 50s, that would sound an alarm based on the idea that if in a country citizens are repressed, journalists and opposition put in jail, it is very likely, that was the experience of that generation, that this country would soon become aggressive also towards its neighbors. That human rights were an alarm also about security challenges. The people who set up this institution were not naive idealists. They knew that human rights were really about realpolitik, about power, principle, and security. The Council of Europe then took a long time to find its way. In the 50s and 60s, in the early 70s, the European Court of Human Rights, which existed, the judges in the 60s met once a year in the asparagus season. When they met to have a dinner in Strasbourg, they had almost no cases, they made almost no judgments. And one reason was that the two countries that had pushed it, France and the UK, didn't actually want the court to do anything, and France didn't ratify the convention until the 1970s. France didn't allow its citizens to go to the court until the early 1980s. Why is that? Because France had colonial wars to fight, in which it didn't intend to abide by human rights, in which it tortured, killed, imprisoned people unlawfully, displaced hundreds of thousands in Indochina, in Madagascar, and of course in Algeria. But when the colonial wars were fought and all lost by the British, the Dutch, and the French, when the colonial wars were all lost and the court focused from the middle of the 70s on the human rights of citizens of these countries in Europe, it slowly gathered prestige and power. The story of the abolishment of the death penalty, of LGBT rights, of the state and conditions in our prisons, and even of something as basic as the right of women to vote, are all linked in those decades to the Council of Europe and to the European Convention on Human Rights. I don't know if you know that Switzerland only introduced the right for women to vote in the 70s in national elections because it was too embarrassing for the Swiss to ratify the European Convention on Human Rights with an exception for women's right to vote, which was the original intention of the government. And then women demonstrated in Switzerland and said, no, we want to join the convention like every other country. You can't do that. Liechtenstein, another member of the Council of Europe, only granted the right to vote to women in 1984. I always think of that when I hear talk about European values. You know, our long embedded tradition of non-discrimination and equal rights. Liechtenstein granted the right in 1984 after a small group of women from Liechtenstein went against the advice of their government and of the Duke to Strasbourg to visit the Council of Europe and said, we are going to tell the Europeans that we, the only women in any European country, democracy, cannot vote. And then the right to vote was granted. These stories almost nobody knows, but they show us the power of an institution that holds everyone to standards. And very slowly the court acquired prestige, and by 1990, of the judgments it had issued, only 2 of 70 judgments were not implemented after 5 years. So the court issued judgments, governments took them seriously, democracy and the rule of law was strengthened. And then the institution expanded. In the 90s, after the fall of the Cold War, after the fall of the Berlin Wall and the end of the Cold War, many countries joined. From 12 members in 1949, the Council of Europe went to 46 members today. Every country in Europe except 4 is a member. And the only 4 that are not members are Russia, which was kicked out in 22, Belarus, which is a dictatorship and has the death penalty, Kosovo, which is trying to join and is close to joining, where the Vatican, the only monarchy, absolute monarchy left in Europe. Now, as the Council of Europe expanded, however, it entered into this period of crisis, where it suddenly turned out that the member states lacked the will to defend the principles. And here I must focus on what hasn't changed until today, which is the lack of interest of governments with their ambassadors in the Committee of Ministers in Strasbourg to actually decide to fight with each other over human rights when one of these governments doesn't respect them. The Council of Europe did not prevent torture returning to Europe, in Azerbaijan and other countries. It did not prevent political prisoners from Russia to Turkey to Azerbaijan. It did not even prevent members of the Council of Europe attacking each other militarily, as Russia has done against Georgia and, of course, against Ukraine. So by 2016-17, it was very unclear if this institution would keep the moral integrity and credibility it needed for it to assert any influence. So where, to conclude, are we today? Thanks to the work of a small group of parliamentarians who fought for these values, found allies, and some of them are here, who are doing the work of reporting on human rights violations, monitoring elections, and then speaking truth to power, the Parliamentary Assembly has regained its credibility. But the rest of the institution is still in a very bad state. And this matters, because in the very near future we might see a challenge to the Council of Europe unlike any since 1949. Today a party is leading in the polls in the United Kingdom, the Reform UK party of Nigel Farage, that promises to get out of the Council of Europe and the European Convention on Human Rights. If the United Kingdom leaves the European Convention on Human Rights, I'm sure other European countries that don't implement any court decisions, like Hungary, might follow. We might see the institution enter its most serious crisis in decades if a founding member leaves. The Council of Europe is failing on Georgia, where today, every day, people are in the streets demonstrating for democracy and are being repressed, beaten up, political opposition is imprisoned. It is failing on political prisoners, where people have been languishing in jails, for instance in Turkey, for years now, after judgments of the European Court, which are not being implemented. But in order to change this, we need to know not only the history of this institution, but also what it is capable of. Let's not abandon it. Let's tell the stories of success. Let's tell the stories of those in the institution who fought for it to live up to its potential. And I cannot think of a member of this institution in the Parliamentary Assembly who's done more for its credibility in so many fields as Pieter Omtzigt. Institutions are key for the democratic peace we have, but without the people in those institutions who fight the constant temptation of their decay, the rule of law will not be protected. And for this, as a European citizen, I want to thank you, Peter, some of your colleagues, and you for your courage, charisma, and the determination to take on the people who led your own group at a time when nobody else was willing to do, with results in the end that we all benefit from. Thank you.
Thank you, Gerald, for this tale about human rights violations, corruption, institutions, and the rule of law. We'll now watch a few more video clips, after which we'll have a coffee break, and that coffee break will last till 3 o'clock. Thank you.
So, dear Peter, thank you very much for the work that you made here at the Council of Europe. It was a pleasure working with you. You made very important reports. As chair of the legal committee, I was very proud to work with you and to be at your side when you were presenting the reports on Pegasus and the mass surveillance and the one on the legitimacy or illegitimacy of Putin's regime. These were important reports. You were courageous and you were very principled, and it was very nice working with you. All the best for the rest, for the next step in your life.
Hello, Peter. It's a pleasure to send you this message. We have been together for a lot of years here at the Council of Europe. We have always have interesting discussions. Sometimes we agree, sometimes we disagree hotly, but always we respect each other, and it has been a pleasure to be with you in the committees and also in the EPP group, where you have been one of the most active members of the group. Congratulations, Peter, for all the things that you have done here, and I'm sure that the best is to come for you.
Put your money on me.
So, dear friends, welcome back again. We're now going to listen to Vladimir Kara-Murza. He's a very special man. I remember having organized as a member of parliament still a visit by his wife Evgenia, where she was warmly welcomed by Dutch members of parliament from political parties from left to right, and she spoke with impressive warmth and resolve about her husband and his work in Russia. Vladimir was at that moment imprisoned somewhere in Siberia, locked in a very small prison cell in isolation as a political prisoner. Putin's regime had done everything to distance him from the public and make his life miserable. He had already paid a heavy price for his long-time opposition to the regime's practices, having been poisoned twice in 2015 and 2017. He spoke out against Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 22, upon which he was arrested, charged with treason, and sentenced to 25 years in prison. In August of last year, he was released as part of a prisoner exchange involving a number of individuals from different countries, and he was welcomed by the British Foreign Secretary after having landed in Ankara, I remember. Vladimir has received the Václav Havel Human Rights Prize in 2022 and the Pulitzer Prize in 2024 for his articles in the Washington Post. Vladimir Kara-Murza, it's a great honor for us to have you here. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Caspar, for this very kind introduction. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, dear friends, for gathering here today for this very important meeting. It is a pleasure to be back here in the Netherlands, back here in The Hague. I've been to The Hague before, but never to Scheveningen. This is my first time in this beautiful neighborhood, but of course I have heard the name many times on the news because it was here, somewhere in this neighborhood, that former Serbian dictator, the butcher of the Balkans, Slobodan Milosevic, spent the last years of his life after having been brought to account for all the horrendous crimes he has committed. This past June, during the summer session of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe in Strasbourg, the Council of Europe announced a historic decision in an agreement with the government of Ukraine. They have signed a treaty on the creation of the Special Tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine. Informally, in the corridors of the Council of Europe, it's being dubbed a tribunal for Putin because, by its definition, while war crimes and crimes against humanity can be committed by anybody with any rank, from the regular soldier, the crime of aggression, by definition, can only be committed by somebody who has the power to make the decision to launch an aggression. And so it is my sincere hope that one day Mr. Putin too will spend his last years in this neighborhood being held to account for everything he has done to the people of Ukraine, to the people of Georgia, to the people of Syria, and to our own people in Russia, whom he has misruled, murdered, imprisoned for these past 25 years. This year marks 25 years, exactly a quarter of a century, since Vladimir Putin came to power in Russia. There is a sort of a fashionable myth that is sometimes perpetrated by policymakers, analysts, politicians, very often for reasons of self-justification, that there were somehow two different Putins. There was an early Putin who was okay, who was a modernizer, a reformer, who believed in the rule of law and cooperation with the West. And then something went horribly wrong along the way. Nothing could be further from the truth. Vladimir Putin was Vladimir Putin from the very beginning. I remember the precise date. It's going to sound weird, but you'll understand why. I remember the precise date I understood who this man was and what direction he was going to take our country. It was the 20th of December, 1999, the day still astonishingly celebrated by the Russian security services as Chekist Day, to commemorate the founding of the Cheka, the Bolshevik secret police, on the 20th of December, 1917. On that day, Mr. Putin came to Lubyanka, the headquarters of the former KGB, now the FSB, to officially unveil a memorial plaque to Yuri Andropov. Now, Yuri Andropov was somebody who embodied everything that was wrong with the Soviet system, both in terms of the internal repression and in terms of the external aggression. He was one of the architects of the 1956 invasion of Hungary, the Soviet ambassador to Budapest. He was a longtime chairman of the Soviet KGB who prioritized the suppression, the destruction, the silencing of domestic political dissent. He created a special directorate within the KGB specifically to go after dissidents. He practiced and expanded the horrendous policy of so-called punitive psychiatry when dissidents, people who were opposed to the communist system, were declared mentally insane and kept in torturous conditions in so-called psychiatric hospitals and subjected to forced so-called psychiatric treatment. This is the man who symbolized everything that was wrong with the communist system. And it was to him that Vladimir Putin, then Prime Minister of Russia, chose to unveil a memorial plaque on the facade of the main Russian security service. After that day, I had no more questions. Russia is a country of symbols, and Putin could not have chosen a more powerful or a more clear symbol to signify the direction he was going to go. And just in case anybody still had questions, as one of his first acts when he became president of Russia in 2000, Putin reinstated the Soviet-era national anthem, once personally picked by Joseph Stalin as the national anthem of the Russian Federation. Again, Russia is a country of symbols. But it was not long before symbols were followed by actions, as Putin moved to dismantle our fragile, weak, imperfect, but real democracy that we had back in the 1990s, with competitive elections, a pluralistic parliament, independent media. He was determined to destroy all of that, and he had a very clear plan ahead. Sometimes people have this conception that democracies are destroyed in a military coup or a violent uprising or revolution or something like this. I mean, it does happen often too, but also very often democracies are destroyed from within by using the tools in the system of democracy itself. And this is exactly how Vladimir Putin went about doing it. Benito Mussolini once remarked that he had consolidated his fascist regime in Italy in the early 1920s in the manner of, and I quote, plucking the chicken feather by feather to lessen the squawking, end of quote. This was the phrase he used, meaning don't do it all at once. Do it gradually, do it slowly. It'll be easier that way. And this is exactly how Putin did it. He was a good student of Mussolini in this regard. The first feather he plucked were independent media, of course, something that is incompatible with any dictatorship. In one of his early interviews as acting president at the beginning of 2000, Putin said a phrase that sort of surprised many people. What did he mean by that? He said, "Those who will offend us will not survive 3 days. Кто нас обидит, 3 дней не проживет," in Russian. And it turned out he meant it almost literally, because on day 4, after his inauguration as president of Russia in May 2000, he sent armed operatives from the FSB, the Prosecutor General Service, and the tax police to raid the offices of Media Most, which was the largest private media holding in Russia at the time, and the parent company of NTV, the most watched, the most successful, the most popular independent television channel in Russia that was known for its fiercely independent news coverage, sharp analysis, hard-hitting political satire, which is something that dictators especially hate. It was within a year of his coming to power that NTV was silenced in an early dawn raid on its offices, on its studios at Moscow's Ostankino Television Center in April 2001. And within 2 years of coming to power, 3 years, by June of 2003, Vladimir Putin silenced every single nationwide television channel in our country that was independent from the state, ensuring that the state, just like back in the communist times, now had a total monopoly over the airwaves. This happened in June of 2003 when Putin's government pulled the plug on TVS, which was the last privately held independent television channel in Russia. That year, 2003, was in many ways a turning point. The sort of 3 major feathers that Putin plucked, again, to go back to the Mussolini metaphor, on the road to the destruction of Russian democracy. June was the destruction of the silencing of the last independent TV channel. In October of 2003, Mikhail Khodorkovsky, then Russia's richest man, an oil tycoon, an oligarch, one of the oligarchs that, that term was famous at the time, but he wasn't just an oligarch, he was also a philanthropist who spent his money supporting educational projects, civil society groups, media organizations, and most unpleasantly for the Kremlin, he also spent his money supporting opposition parties and candidates in elections. And at one meeting, televised meeting in the Kremlin in early 2003, Khodorkovsky publicly accused Putin's government of corruption. It was only a question of time before the Kremlin would strike back, and one early morning in October of 2003, when Khodorkovsky's private jet landed for a refueling stop at Novosibirsk airport, the plane was raided by an FSB special ops team. He was put on another plane, flown back to Moscow, and driven to a courtroom where he was paraded on state television, sitting literally in a metal cage. The richest man in Russia sitting in a cage. This was not just about silencing Khodorkovsky himself, who would spend more than a decade in Putin's prisons. It was also about sending a message to the rest of Russia's business community to toe the line. If you behave like him, you'll end up like this. And that was a message that was certainly heeded. And then the final straw came in December of 2003, that same year, when Russia held parliamentary elections that were famously, or perhaps infamously described by the Council of Europe observation mission, David Atkinson, who headed the observation team, as, and I quote, free, but certainly not fair, end of quote. I can confirm that that was the case. I was a parliamentary candidate in a district in southern Moscow in that election for the liberal opposition. That election was still free in the sense that people like me could be candidates on the ballot. Today that's unthinkable. But it was, of course, not fair because the results were pre-programmed by the full might of the Russian state through administrative coercion, through the total state dominance of the media, and so on. And the result of that election was a parliament that was devoid of any meaningful opposition. The two major pro-democracy parties, the Union of Right Forces and Yabloko, were kicked out of the legislature. And the new Speaker of Parliament, who became Speaker after that election, a man by the name of Boris Gryzlov, Putin's colleague in his ruling United Russia Party, when he opened the session of that new parliament, that opposition-free parliament in December of 2003, he said a phrase that I think will go down in future history textbooks as an epitaph for the Putin regime. What he said, and I quote, that parliament is not a place for discussion, end of quote. This is how it's been in our country ever since. Full speed ahead towards authoritarianism and then totalitarianism. All the feathers have long been plucked. And Putin had two major allies on his road to the destruction of Russian democracy: domestic indifference and foreign acquiescence. Two, in my view, equally as responsible as each other. To go back to that election again in 2003, I remember how shocking it was for me. My whole campaign, just as my party's campaign, was built around the need to protect democratic institutions that were being destroyed in front of our eyes. And most people just simply didn't seem to care. People were all, consumed with bread and butter issues and kitchen table issues. As they say, Putin was really fortunate in the timing of his coming to power. In 1998, during the Russian financial crisis, in August of 98, when Boris Yeltsin was president, the world prices of oil were about $10 per barrel. By the time Putin got to power, they were 25. By the end of his first year, they were 35. By the third year, 50. By the end of his second term, they reached a whopping $150 per barrel, 15 times more than under Boris Yeltsin. Oil revenues, of course, as you know, are the biggest contributor to the Russian budget. And it's not difficult to improve economic conditions when your budgetary revenue just goes through the roof. And so the early 2000s were a time of rising prosperity in Russia, especially for people living in big cities. People were able to afford, new domestic appliances, new cars, new apartments sometimes, holidays abroad. And people just switched off from politics. They said, it's not that they supported Putin, it's not that they supported his drive to dismantle democracy, they just didn't care. And as we know from history, apathy and indifference is a major ally of any dictatorship, and this was certainly the case in Russia in the early 2000s. But it was not the only factor that helped Putin along his way. The other factor, as I mentioned, was foreign Western acquiescence. Putin was not just fortunate, with the prices of oil. He was fortunate with encountering Western leaders who chose to deliberately turn a blind eye on his very clear campaign to dismantle democracy in Russia. It was just as shocking, I remember very well, to see the leaders of countries that are supposedly, you know, the guardians, the guarantors of such notions as the rule of law, democracy, and human rights, just giving Putin a free pass. I remember, you know, one American president, George Bush, who was looking into Putin's eyes and seeing his soul and praising him for whatever, you know, he was doing. I remember another American president, Barack Obama, who pushed reset buttons with Putin and praised him for the great work he was doing on behalf of the Russian people. And it wasn't just the Americans. All over Western Europe, heads of state and government deliberately looked the other way in a hope of continuing business as usual with Vladimir Putin, in both the literal but also the political sense of this term. I mean, some of the more extreme examples we know, like Gerhard Schröder, the German chancellor, who literally just sold himself to Putin, in a direct sense of this word. But that's on the extreme side. There were many others who didn't have maybe a personal financial incentive, but they still engaged in this shameful policy of enabling and appeasement. I'll never forget June 2003. I mentioned already that was the month that Putin's government silenced the last independent TV channel, so essentially establishing total state monopoly on television, destroying freedom of the media in an important way in our country. 2 days after he'd done that, Putin was hosted for a state visit to the United Kingdom in London. I was working as a journalist at the time. I was covering that visit. And I couldn't believe my own eyes when, you know, not only did the British hosts not cancel the visit, I mean, forget about it, not only did they not find even a few words of criticism, but it was so mind-boggling to see, you know, this man who had just destroyed freedom of the media in the largest country in the world being treated to a, you know, a ride with the Queen of England down Horse Guards Parade, a reception at Buckingham Palace. I remember there was one particularly lavish banquet at the London Guildhall where the who is who of Britain's financial and political elites present there, you know, people dressed in black tie, raising their champagne glasses, drinking to Putin's health, singing, "Oh, he is a jolly good fellow." It was absolutely mind-boggling. What kind of a message should Putin have received? Well, obviously the only one possible, that they don't care, that I can do whatever I want. And so he proceeded with doing whatever he wanted. Not only, in my view, was this Western policy immoral, it was also extremely short-sighted and impractical, because those Western leaders who chose to turn a blind eye on Putin's destruction of democracy at home in a hope of continuing to deal with him and to engage in business as usual on the international level, they forgot or ignored a fundamental lesson of Russian history, which is that internal repression and external aggression are two sides of the same coin. A government that does not respect the rights and freedoms of its own people is not going to respect the borders of its neighbors. It's not going to respect the norms and rules of international law. And so sure enough, those Western leaders who chose for years to turn a blind eye on media censorship in Russia, on political repression in Russia, on election rigging in Russia, and so on, one day woke up to the first territorial annexation in Europe, state-to-state territorial annexation in Europe since the Second World War, which is what Putin did with Crimea in 2014. And of course, now we're living in the reality of the largest military conflict on European soil since the Second World War, which is what Vladimir Putin is waging in Ukraine. I remember that, you know, one of the clearest analyses of this situation, not in relation to the present day, but in relation to 50 years ago, was made by Vladimir Bukovsky, a legendary Soviet-era dissident, who I think is well known in this country because there was a very important international campaign in his support back in the 70s, which resulted in his release and exchange in 1976. Talking about his first impressions of life in the West, of politics in the West, once he was expelled from the Soviet Union from prison, Bukovsky said that the problem is that for too many Western politicians, the ability to fry their morning bacon on Soviet gas is more important than any human rights concerns. That was 50 years ago. We replaced the word Soviet with Russian, and not much has changed. But if that was the case with everybody in Western politics, then it would be a really sad and tragic story, and I wouldn't be standing here talking to you. Because in my years in politics, both in Russia and internationally, I've been fortunate to meet people who defy this stereotype. People for whom human rights are more important than bacon. People who still believe in principle and values and commitment in international politics. And one of these people is the reason we're all gathered here today, my good friend Pieter Omtzigt. We met, must have been more than a decade ago, at the Council of Europe in Strasbourg, where Peter represented the Netherlands for many years. While I was engaged in an international advocacy campaign for the Magnitsky sanctions that Bill Browder already talked about here in the first part of this conference. You know, for years and years we had this absolutely intolerable situation where the key officials and key oligarchs of the Putin regime, the same people who destroyed the most basic tenets of democratic society in our country, were continuing to enjoy the benefits and the privileges of democratic society in the West. Because it was in the West where all these people bought homes, yachts, nice cars, kept their bank accounts, sent their wives and their mistresses on shopping trips and so on. So they'd gotten used to stealing in Russia, but then spending and stashing away that money in the West. And that was, needless to say, enormous hypocrisy on their part. But it was also shameful enabling on the part of those Western countries that, you know, was supposedly standing in defense of the rule of law and democracy and human rights, but actually were all too willing to accept these individuals and their dirty money, in many cases blood-stained money, as in the case of the Magnitsky affair. You know, it's been said that the largest export from the Putin regime to the West was not oil or gas, it was corruption. And I fully share the sentiment, but that is a two-way street, of course. For somebody to be able to export corruption, someone else needs to be willing to import it. And there has been no shortage of people. Gerald Knaus in the first part of the session talked at length about only one case, but a very important one, of corruption within the Council of Europe, but there were many such cases. And so the idea behind the Magnitsky Act was to put a stop to this, to put a stop to the double standard, to the hypocrisy, to the enabling, by laying down a very clear principle that those people, initially concerned only Russia, but now this principle is spread to any authoritarian government around the world, that those people who are personally complicit in human rights abuses or corruption will no longer be able to enjoy the benefits and privileges of democratic society, will no longer be able to get visas, own assets, or use the financial and banking systems of Western democracies. When we began this work, it was Boris Nemtsov who got me involved in this work back in 2010. We first began it on the other side of the Atlantic in the American Congress, and there was enormous pressure, enormous opposition, not just from the Kremlin side, I mean that's obvious, but also from Western political circles, for people who are interested in continuing this business as usual. And I remember that at the beginning of this work, people would just say to us, you know, what, it's never going to happen. The interests are too powerful. You know, the resistance is too strong. You never get it done. But thanks to people like the late Senator John McCain in America, thanks to people like Pieter Omtzigt here in Europe, I'm proud to stand here today and say that 35 different countries and jurisdictions around the world, including the United States, Canada, the United Kingdom, Australia, and every single member state of the European Union has Magnitsky laws on their books and has this very clear principle enshrined in the legislation that those people who abuse and attack the basic tenets of democracy in their countries will no longer be able to enjoy the benefits of democracy in yours. And without Peter and without his leadership, I do not think we would have been in this situation today, especially given that, as you all know, and as Bill Browder already talked about today, the reason the European Union-wide human rights sanctions mechanism exists is because it was initiated at the Parliament of the Netherlands. And there was another very important issue that we worked about with Peter. In fact, we met, this was for the last time before my arrest, in January of 2022. This was the last session of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe when Russia was still a member. It would be expelled in March after Putin invaded Ukraine. We sat for dinner in a small cafe, Alnoy it was called. It was closed, by the way. I was there last week for the session. It's closed. They're redoing it. It's going to be an Italian place or something. Just across the park from the Council of Europe. And the topic we discussed was that it's well past time that the democratic world stops giving Putin the international legitimacy that he does not deserve. You know, everybody knows that we haven't had a free election in Russia for years. Everybody knows there are no independent media. Everybody knows that political opponents are never allowed on the ballot, that people who dare to oppose the Putin regime are murdered like Boris Nemtsov or Alexei Navalny, put in prison like so many thousands of my fellow citizens are forced into exile. And so given all of this already, it was difficult to speak of Putin as a legitimate head of state. But in 2020, as everybody was distracted by the COVID pandemic, Putin pushed through a couple of hundred different amendments to the Constitution, one of which, the most important one, and the reason that all of this exercise was actually put together, one of which gave him a personal exemption from presidential term limits. Again, not abolish presidential term limits. You know, there are other countries that have done that. A personal exemption, what lawyers call an ad hominem constitutional amendment, an amendment designed for a specific person. And he pushed it through in violation not only of Russia's international obligations, we're still in the Council of Europe, we're still in the OSCE, but also in very clear violations of Russian domestic law. I'm not going to bore you with the details, but the way this was done violated not just the spirit of the law, which Putin was doing throughout his years in power, but also the specific letter of the law as well. And what we discussed with Peter that dinner in Strasbourg in January 2022 is that enough is enough. There has to be a red line here. There has to be a red line beyond which Putin steps, and the free world finally says, okay, this is enough. We will no longer grant you the recognition, the legitimacy that only can come from the ballot box, that only democracy can provide in the real world. And in a case where you even, formally speaking, violate all the last remaining norms of law and order of international obligations, this has to be the final red line beyond which the international community will not cross. And again, Peter, I have to be honest, just like when we began conversations about the Magnitsky Act, I thought this was never going to happen because, well, it's pretty revolutionary for a major international institution to declare Putin to be an illegitimate usurper. We all know he is, but it's one thing to know something and the other thing to have it enshrined in the authority of, in this case, the largest pan-European parliamentary organization. And so we had a conversation, we bid our farewell. A month later, Putin invaded Ukraine. Another month and a half later, I was in prison. I have to, be honest, I didn't have many good days and many good news when I was in prison. But one very good day came in October of 2023 when I got news in the letters that I was receiving that the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe overwhelmingly adopted a resolution that was based on a report by Pieter Omtzigt that Günther Schirmer, who is here, the former head of Secretariat of the Legal Affairs Committee, helped prepare it. And in that overwhelmingly adopted resolution, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe stated that Putin had remained in power in violation of the term limits, that from this moment on, specifically from the 7th of May of 2023, after the conclusion of his previous presidential term, he would become an illegitimate usurper. I cannot tell you how important it was to have a major international institution say loudly and clearly that despite everything that's going on in this world, 2 + 2 still equals 4. And if you stay in power without elections, with murdering or imprisoning your opponents, and if you just forget about constitutional term limits because you make a personal exemption for yourself, then the democratic nations of this world will no longer consider you to be a legitimate interlocutor. That resolution, apart from declaring Putin to be an illegitimate usurper, called on all Council of Europe member states to cease all contact with him except for cases of humanitarian needs, like prisoner exchanges or prisoner of war negotiations and so on. And it is so, not only so important, but so refreshing in this political climate dominated by cynicism and realpolitik and frying bacon, to go back to Bukowski's word. It's so refreshing to have Europe's largest interparliamentary body to make a statement as strong and as clear as this. And I have to say that just a few months later, the example set by Peter at the Council of Europe was followed by the European Parliament, which I think it was in June of 2024. Last year I was also still in prison, but I found out from the letters. The European Parliament did what you did at pace and passed exactly the same resolution. So now we have two largest parliamentary bodies on the European continent saying that 2 + 2 equals 4 and that Putin is an illegitimate usurper and a dictator and is not a legitimate interlocutor and a legitimate head of state. We often succumb to these feelings of pessimism and fatalism even, and doom and gloom and cynicism again about the state of politics, the state of the world we live in. There's too much of this cynicism, too much of this realpolitik, and too often, unfortunately, political life around us actually conforms to this prevailing stereotype. But it is so, so important to be able to meet people who prove the stereotype wrong. People who remind us that actually, despite everything, there still is room for principle and for values in international politics. I'm very grateful to know you, Peter, to have worked with you, and I could not have missed this invitation to be able to stand here and express my gratitude and respect. Thank you so very much.
Dear friends, we'll now move to a few more video clips, after which you will have a slight change in our program, where we'll first move to a panel discussion, some more video clips, and then followed by a speech by Pieter Omtzigt, which will be in Dutch, but written translation will be provided afterwards. So first, video clips and then the panel discussion. Thank you.
Hello from the building and from the house, which you invested a lot of your efforts in. This is the Council of Europe here in Strasbourg, and I want just to thank you for all years of your brilliant work here. You were the star here, and you did a fantastic job. And at the time when many were not on the right side, you've always been on the right side. And as Ukrainian member of the parliament, as your Ukrainian colleague, I will always appreciate this and I will always remember this. So thank you very much. Welcome to Strasbourg. Welcome to Odessa, to my hometown. Welcome to Ukraine. You are respected here and there, and we will be happy to see you again. All the best. Slava Ukraini.
We miss you here in Strasbourg. I was in Malta a couple of weeks back, thinking of you and the influence you had on political affairs in Malta. When I was doing legal affairs with you, we didn't agree on everything, but your energy and enthusiasm for democracy and the rule of law could not be understated.
No. Yes, you will hear me. Okay. Well, thank you all for your presentations. First, I want to ask the panelists some questions, and after that, there is room enough for questions from the audience. I also integrated already some questions in my questions to the panel. Where I wanted to start with is we have seen three very brave people who are still smiling. And my first question to Bill is there reason for optimism, or should we be desperate and hopeless?
I would go for the desperate and hopeless. No, I'm just kidding. I think that probably the best way of answering that question is to go back to Vladimir. He was sentenced to 25 years in prison in April of 2022. It was April of 2023 you were sentenced. And for Vladimir, that was a death sentence. And he's been a close friend of mine and an ally, and I couldn't live with that possibility. And so together with his wife, Yevgenia, and various friends, some of whom are here now, we embarked on a mission to get him out of prison. And everyone we went to said, that's impossible. How do you get someone out of a Russian prison? And I didn't know what the answer was. And but what I did know is that we weren't going to rest until we got him out, and we pushed on every door, and we called on every friend, and we did everything we possibly could, and over time we built up a case so that on August 1st, a year ago, August 1st, Vladimir was released in a prisoner swap on the runway in Ankara. And I think that the story is instructional because that's kind of what the world looks like right now. It's hard to, you look at what's going on with the United States, you look at what's going on with Russia, with the war in Ukraine, you look at all these things, and it all looks terrible and impossible. But I think that if those of us who care and have the energy to fight some of these things, then the impossible becomes possible. So no matter how terrible it looks right now, I think it'll turn out better. But that doesn't mean that we can relax. It means we have to pull our chin up to the bar and do what we have to do and keep on doing it until things get better.
Okay, and Gerald, do you agree? Because you were not very optimistic, of course, because you said institutions are key, but they are in a very bad state. Do you agree with Bill?
Well, I mean, we've had an extraordinary few decades in Western Europe. And I think it's useful to remind ourselves of these two extraordinary periods. One, 1948 to 1958, when a group of people, leaders, who'd experienced the worst, 2 world wars, many of them, dictatorship, imprisonment, concentration camp, people like Max Konstam, a Dutchman, or Jean Monnet, or Robert Schuman, or Konrad Adenauer, when in a few years they created, at a time when there were millions of Russian troops, Soviet troops in Europe, and wasn't clear whether democracy would survive, when there was still fear of Germany, which had just a few years earlier occupied all these countries and had planned to blow up Paris, and suddenly institutions were created which lasted until today. The 3 key pillars of democratic peace in Europe, the Council of Europe, April 1949, NATO, April 1949, and the first European Community, proposed in May 1950, and then, of course, the European Economic Community with the Treaty of Rome, they are still with us. So we've had, against the background of great desperation and lots of reasons to be pessimistic after lots of setbacks, institutions being built. Then we had another decade in 1997 to 2007 when another generation, Václav Havel and Thomas Ilves in Estonia, and some leaders also in the West, expanded these institutions. We enlarged them. Now the Baltic states are in them. Romania is today a thriving democracy and has caught up economically. We have 27 EU members, and this again inspired Ukrainians. When the Ukrainians went into the streets, I lived in Ukraine when it was one of the most hopeless and corrupt places in Europe in 1993-94. I was teaching economics there. The salary was 10 euros a month. There was hyperinflation. Everything seemed to be for sale. But 10 years later, in 2004, Ukrainians took to the streets. They didn't become Belarus. They didn't become Putin's Russia. In the Orange Revolution, they fought for democracy. And they saw what had happened to their neighbors, the Baltic states, but especially the countries bordering Ukraine, Poland, Slovakia, and of course also Romania. They wanted this. We have the institutions. They were built out of tragedy, tears, and pain after World War II. We just need to retell ourselves these stories, to remember what experiences went into those institutions, and we also have the experience of enlarging them successfully. So if people in Belarus or Georgia or Russia look today west, even the young generation, they know that what we have is what they want. But we now need to fight to preserve it against the enemies in our countries that have the plan, some of them working with Putin, as in Germany, the far-right party, that have the plan to tear them down. So it's clear what our challenge is, but we don't need to create them.
And we have a lot of inspiration from those great Europeans.
Thank you. Peter, can you reflect on it? Do you agree with Gerald? Do we have enough institutions, or do you want more or something bigger?
Oh, we have more than enough institutions. We seem to have a sort of tendency to, if something doesn't function, to have a new institution, which we had in the Netherlands as well when we had the child benefit scandal. That the Prime Minister said, we need a new institution which is going to help citizens with individual cases, and then the Ombudsman got up and said, what am I supposed to do here? Institutions need maintenance, and we haven't done the maintenance properly. And we haven't really kept them to the original rules. So the maintenance, we now need to think about a way of making sure that we can survive the next 30 years. And if you read the book of Gerald, you see that in the beginning we had all these very high hopes of human rights. But as you mentioned in just one phrase in your speech, just for our own country, please not for the colonies we still had, because we were killing hundreds of thousands of people. The Netherlands and Indonesia, Great Britain in a number of wars, and France in an even greater number of wars. So we've been into phases again in which we have had double standards, in which we didn't always behave and we got out of it. We find ourselves once again in a very difficult phase, that democracy is not taken for granted. Actually, many people find Russia, not you, but many people find Russia appealing, a strong man, leading, whatever. So we have to make sure that we explain why a rule of law and democratic accountability are important. And if we stop doing that, we'll lose everything. So yes, to reform of those institutions, but please, we need to understand why they're important. And we forgot about all that. And because we forgot about all that, you could have corruption entering, you could have no standards being met. And yeah, so please not a new institution, but please a new way of revitalizing them.
Okay. And Casper, you have been in many countries, you have lived in many countries, you have been a diplomat and former Minister of Foreign Affairs. Peter told about the maintenance of institutions, not creating new ones, but maintaining the institutions, and finding ways how to survive the next 30 years. Can you help us with all your experience?
Whoa, for the next 30 years. Now, I think that at least when we look ahead to the next years, we'll have to see what are the pluses and what are the minuses, what are the threats and what are the benefits, so to say. To start with the minuses, I told you I just came back from the US. Well, there's quite a discussion going on in the US about the accumulation of executive orders. What does that mean for the rule of law? Not only inside the US, but you see that the US has moved to a different kind of attitude and different approach in the world, having withdrawn from a number of UN institutions, significantly diminishing its foreign aid, and will find much less than before the US alongside us in its leverage in countries maybe of the Western Balkans, the Caucasus, and elsewhere, when it's about standing up for human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. Where do I see pluses? I see pluses when I look in the EU and I look at the past year when I was a foreign minister and I look just around me. There are great allies to find to put things on the agenda together from different countries in Europe. And you just have to look very close by. For example, in the EU, I always made the point of operating together with the other Benelux partners when it was about Article 7 and human rights in the EU and the General Affairs Council. We just made one intervention on behalf of the three of us. And that was more efficient, and we had more leverage. The leverage together, as if we were like one big EU member state. You could initiate things, you could bring things forward, you could draw attention to things. So that makes me optimist that there are a lot more partners who are, when you push them, when you pull them, are willing to speak up, willing to speak out for democracy and human rights also in the EU.
Okay, thank you. And Vladimir, what I also heard is that in all of your speeches, but also in the videos from the other speakers. They say the important role of Pieter in all your work, and that it is so important to have somebody who is so principled and determined to fight against injustice. But the world is not full of Pieter Omtzigts. I don't know if it's good or bad, but we need some more Pieter Omtzigt to continue this work. And how can we guarantee that more people act like Pieter by not giving up, but keep fighting for justice?
Well, institutions only work if there are people within them who are prepared to stand up and to carry on the work. This is a point that was made across the presentations today. And, you know, going back to also your first question to Bill, should we be hopeless and whatever you word used, apathetic or doomed or whatever, that's the worst idea possible. But not just because it's a bad idea in general, but because it's not true. And I think if we look at every new generation of activists, of policymakers, of journalists, of people, you know, who breathe life into these international institutions, but also national political institutions, you will see that in any generation, yes, you won't find many Pieter Omtzigts, you won't find many people who are willing to put principle above expediency, who are willing to put what is right above what is beneficial or easy or profitable or whatever. There are not many such people, but there always are such people. And to me, this is the biggest source of optimism and hope. Because, you know, I remember that in the darkest days last year, after Alexei Navalny was killed, this was February 2024, poisoned in the Arctic penal colony by Putin. And as you know, recently two Western chemical weapons labs independently of each other confirmed that he had indeed been poisoned. Not that anybody had any doubt, but now it's confirmed publicly. It was just as depressing a time as you could imagine. Same as when Boris Nemtsov was murdered 9 years earlier. But I remember one morning, a few days after Alexei was killed, my lawyer came to see me on his weekly visit to prison. And, you know, the guards, as usual, they brought me in, locked me up into that small cubicle. There was a glass separating us. My lawyer came in, you know, we pick up the phones. That's how we spoke. And he said to me, you know, you'd never believe what I just saw. And I was in prison in the city of Omsk. It's a fairly large city, 1 million plus, a little bit, in western Siberia. But it's not, you know, the largest by any means. Many larger cities in Russia. But he said, you'd never believe what I just saw on the way to you. He said he drove past the memorial to the victims of political repression. This is sort of a legacy from the 90s when people were commemorating all the victims of the Soviet regime. And in every major city in Russia, there is at least a small memorial to the victims. And Sergei, my lawyer, said that as he was driving towards me, he was driving past that square, and he said there was just a mountain of flowers that appeared there in the 2 or 3 days since Alexei was killed. And this was the case all over the country. And on the day when Alexei Navalny's funeral took place, nobody was allowed in a church except, you know, the family and his closest relatives. But all around the church, in the streets and squares and on the bridge over the Moscow River, there were literally tens of thousands of people, mostly young people, who came there knowing the risks, knowing that there would be police operatives and FSB agents everywhere with cameras and that everybody's face will be, you know, recorded. And many of these people were saying goodbye to their families in the morning because they weren't sure whether or not they would come back home at night. But they still went. And again, I knew this from my lawyer and from letters, just the images of tens of thousands of young people in Putin's Russia in 2024, chanting no to war, Russia without Putin, and Russia will be free. Even, you know, out of this most tragic occurrence came something that was a source of hope. And to me, you know, my optimism, I'm an optimist by nature my whole life, but it's not, you know, just sort of a senseless optimism in pink glasses. It's not that at all. One of the things that helped me most when I was in prison was being a historian, was having that background and that education, because we know at the end of the day that the arc, the proverbial arc, may not as bend as fast as we'd like, but it does bend in the direction of justice and liberty. If we look at the bigger periods of history, there's no question. And so my optimism is based on historical knowledge, but also on seeing that in every generation, however harsh the repression, however horrendous the circumstances around us, you would still find people who are willing to stand up for what's right. And I think that goes for all of our countries, and certainly the democracies, but also those of us who are currently living under repressive regimes. So this is my source of hope. There will always be people like this.
Yes, thank you. I want to drop one question from someone from the audience. He or she says, many countries with a weak rule of law experience a brain drain, for example, Eastern Europe. And how can the rule of law be strengthened when qualified citizens leave? Who wants to respond on that? And you can also respond on each other if you don't agree. Gerald or...
Well, I was recently in the easternmost city, big city of Romania, in Iași. If you haven't been to Iași, it's on the river Prut. It's on the other side is the Republic of Moldova. And this was, I'd lived in Ukraine in 93, 94, I said already, when it was really a country in turmoil and economic collapse. But when I went across the border, the Ukrainian city where I was teaching was close to the Romanian border. I came to another country, Romania, which in 93, 94 looked almost as hopeless. Going to Iași, which has seen its population shrink for the last 25 years, at a moment when for the first time the city is growing again. I realized the city now has 20 new museums, 30,000 people working in IT. There is Google, there is Continental, there is a new airport. The difference between the Romania inside the European Union and the very courageous leadership and society in Moldova, Republic of Moldova, which just for the second time, a remarkable female leader, Maya Sandu, who created her own party, came back from the World Bank, spent all her private money, won elections as a president, won elections with her new party once, absolute majority, won again now. But when you go to Moldova, you see what it means not to be inside those institutions. And that's why she's running on the promise of joining the European Union. But you go to Iași and you see what has changed. You go to Vilnius, the capital of Lithuania, which actually most people might not know. The French geographers in 1989 established that this was the geographical center of Europe. They defined the borders of Europe. And there is a statue outside of Vilnius saying, here is the geographical center of Europe. When they said it, it was deep in the Soviet Empire. The idea of an independent Lithuanian democracy in 1989 seemed hopeless. Now, Lithuania too had seen, and all the Baltic states, a lot of emigration. People are beginning to return. Estonia is no longer losing people. Because when people see that they can establish, and this has been the European miracle, joining this zone of democratic peace, they have established institutions that work. They have established economic growth. Lithuania is richer than at any moment in its history. So is Romania. It has overtaken per capita some other older EU members. And of course, it's to the benefit of us. Germany is now exporting more to Poland than to China. This growth, this development has transformed lives. It is the only thing that reverses economic and demographic collapse. So people are returning to Romania. They are not yet returning to Moldova. So we actually see that if you have hope in institutions, over time we have found a formula, but we must defend this formula. We must defend those institutions. If the worst thing that can happen is if in Germany, a party that is currently leading in the opinion polls, the AfD, which is a Dexit party, it is allied to Putin, and it wants to break apart the European Union. It says Germany out of the European Union, out of Schengen, out of the Euro, out of NATO. This is the promise of this party. Imagine what that would do to the Europe we have built. So we need to defend this also, that others have something to look forward to, and then that a good life for young people is possible also in Iași and Vilnius.
Yeah, I just want to respond to that or react to that or build on that, on your remarks, not to contradict them, but to underline the importance when it's about EU enlargement of the so-called Copenhagen criteria, which are about democracy, transparency, the rule of law. I think that is very important, that we uphold those criteria, no shortcuts, but that we also help countries which are candidate countries to the EU in getting there. For example, when you look at the Western Balkans at this moment, and you take President Vucic's Serbia of this moment, if they would accede to the European Union tomorrow, I think we would weaken the European Union internally and externally. Internally because there's a lack of rule of law, there's a lack of media freedom. Externally because there's a lack of alignment with the common foreign security policy of the EU, which is about 50% for Serbia, while for Albania, North Macedonia, they're up at 100%. So we really have to be we have to engage, but we also have to make clear these are the standards that you have to meet to enter the EU. And then there are countries indeed, such as Moldova, that we really have to help in this regard. And they're willing, they're open to help from countries such as the Netherlands.
The rule of law does have a few problems in Poland, but they're not anything comparable to Russia. And there's a misconception, even in the report of the State Commission on Demography in the Netherlands, that we will get more Polish workers here. At the moment, Polish workers are returning to Poland because the Polish economy is booming. 20 years ago, when we opened, the Polish minimum wage was 1/6 of the Dutch minimum wage, and it's now about 1/2. Poland is doing pretty well. So anyone who thinks that we will have more people coming here from Romania and Poland is mistaken. These people are returning, and actually these countries do have a demographic problem because they've got even fewer children than we do. But the question was, there's a big brain drain. Those brains are actually returning to those countries, and we shouldn't just be sad about it because it helps us if all countries in the European Union are thriving and not just one or two.
And Bill, I want to go to the Magnitsky Acts because I have had several questions, more about why don't we see anything of the Magnitsky Acts against individual EU member states, but also why aren't we applying it in the Netherlands?
So the yeah, I mean, it's kind of a complicated issue. First of all, the EU has one huge deficiency in the Magnitsky Act. After that story I told you about overcoming all these odds and having Peter assist, the one thing that Hungary achieved in all of their opposition was keeping, the Magnitsky Act has two provisions, sanctioning human rights abusers and sanctioning kleptocrats. And somehow Hungary was able to keep the corruption, kleptocracy thing off the EU. And so the EU cannot sanction corrupt officials. And so it's very interesting because during the Biden administration, the US actually sanctioned corrupt officials in Bulgaria. And they were absolutely shocked and outraged that an EU member state could be sanctioned. And in Bulgaria, it completely upended the domestic politics. But interestingly, the EU, because it doesn't have any corruption provisions, can't do anything similar. I think that the EU is also, because it doesn't have this corruption, it's got a problem. But it's also, just to give you another sort of crazy example, after all this work that we did to get the EU to do a Magnitsky Act, the other problem was that Magnitsky's name was not put on the EU Magnitsky Act. It's on the US, Canadian, Australian, and so on, but it's not on the EU. And in the EU, Sergei Magnitsky's killers have not been sanctioned. Can you believe that? So the EU has got a long way to go to continue to improve and reform its Magnitsky legislation.
Yeah. Peter, do you want to add to that? No?
No, that's okay.
And if you were still in politics, we would be working on that as our next step.
I can imagine.
I would love to, but...
Is there a question from the audience? Suna. Say your name, please, where you are from.
Yes, hi, my name is Suna Ævarsdóttir. I'm from Iceland. I'm a former colleague of Pieter Omtzigt. So being here, I have the privilege of being able to address him directly rather than via video like my other former colleagues. So I wanted to start out just by thanking you for your very impressive and important work at the Council of Europe. You inspired me to do some of my greatest work there, so I'm really grateful for that as well. But I do have a question, and it's a lot more direct and maybe less flattering than what I just said. You've talked a lot in this panel about double standards and about the importance of Europe upholding its values, and that democracy, human rights, and the rule of law are only as powerful as the willingness to defend it. Now, we're talking about wanting to keep the status quo, for instance, with Russia, and therefore doing nothing in the face of the various crimes of the Russian regime against its own public, but also against other nationals. Now, we have a very similar situation ongoing right now, where we have, first of all, the United States that have directly attacked international institutions, such as the ICC here in the Netherlands, and the Special Rapporteur for the situation in Palestine, Francesca Albanese, who's also a European national. They have economically sanctioned these institutions because of the red line in the room, which is an ongoing live-streamed genocide that European states don't seem to want to do much about either. So my question to you is, can we really be talking about democracy, the rule of law, respect for the international order, when all of our leaders seem to be happy to continue the status quo, say nothing to Trump, invite him to Buckingham Palace, and continue to let this genocide go on before our eyes without even setting weapons embargoes on Israel? Thank you.
There are a number of questions there. The first question is, you said I encouraged you, or more or less forced you to do the work, and you did quite well. On how, at the moment, we're dealing with Israel and Palestine, and especially the way Israel is waging a war in Gaza after the 7th of October attacks, I can ask Casper, NSC, so the party left government over unwillingness to take even a few smaller steps. And that's quite difficult at the moment. It's quite difficult to find a common ground. And maybe the story of Gerald gave a little bit of hope, but I find it very difficult to see how the policy of a two-state solution, which has always been the state Dutch policy objective, is still viable. But we thought that things would be not viable in 1944, 1945, so maybe if there is a truce, something becomes viable. Are states doing enough? Well, in my view, this has been a continuous problem of the European Union. The European Union is a soft power. It keeps on talking and talking and talking, also when it needs to do something. And that's the elephant in the room you talked about. Today we're only talking about Europe. But if you talk about problems with the rule of law, we had never expected that we would be looking at the United States for that. And we are very double standard that we don't really say to the United States, please uphold your own rule of law because it's in the interest of your own citizens. So the breaking down of institutions, which we're discussing here in European states, which has been happening in Russia all the way, and which started in countries like Hungary, Poland, and Malta, is now also happening in the United States, the country which we are relying on for our security, which makes it even more difficult. Yeah, Iceland is not a member of NATO, but just about, oh, it is now, yeah, but almost everyone else is. And yeah, we need to have that honest and frank discussion. We need to have this honest and frank discussion in the West. what we mean by a liberal democracy and how we defend it together. And what doesn't happen is that we don't seem to be talking, but we seem to be shouting at each other. And in an ever-changing world in which the influence of the Western world is fastly declining, something we tend to forget, and in which the Western countries have lost a lot of credibility after wars in, for instance, Iraq or Afghanistan, we really need to have this open and frank discussion. And I hope we're able to do it. But it's going to be difficult and tough. And I would have been doing it where I've been for 22 years. But yes, this is urgent. Thanks.
Yep. What is striking is that it's exactly 30 years now. 30 years since the end of the war in Bosnia-Herzegovina. 30 years ago, this summer, there was Srebrenica, which then an international tribunal found to be a genocide. And in Bosnia, half the population was displaced, 100,000 people were killed, and if you would have looked at Bosnia in '95, you would have said it's impossible for people to coexist in a common state peacefully, where indeed people return to their former homes. But we've now had 3 decades of peace, 9 democratic elections in Bosnia, and for the last 20 years, a murder rate in a country where there has been so much pain and so much memories of atrocities, a murder rate that is 1/3 of the Baltic states, comparable to Sweden. I've lived in Bosnia for 4 years, right after the war, and if you go there today, you see the call to prayer from mosques in the Serb part of the country, Republika Srpska in Doboj. You see the old mosque which was blown up, exploded in Banja Luka, rebuilt. And you see 250,000 non-Serbs who had returned to the Serb part of the country, Republika Srpska. This was only possible because of an institution in this town, the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia. If there wouldn't have been the 160 indictments and the arrests for people responsible for these human rights violations, the coexistence in Bosnia that was impossible to imagine in '96, '97, '98, but which then took place, wouldn't have taken place. So actually, to connect to the question of, or the remark or the criticism, and I think the call on us from Suna, to see Europe not do everything to defend an institution that was built with strong support from European democracies after the experience of Bosnia, which is the ICC, created in 1998 in Rome. We should really do everything now. And we should take risks, standing up to the US and saying, sanctioning people working in this town from Slovenia or France that work on an institution that we've created, that we believe in, and that we will need for peace also in Russia, Ukraine, and the Middle East, we will defend. And I think it's really important when we talk about the international rule of law, that Europeans, and I know it's difficult, and I know that the Netherlands are trying, because the other Europeans are basically saying, it's your job, they are here. That's not going to work. Germany, France, other countries need to do much more to defend the ICC. And I think there is a direct connection to the experience of post-Second World War and to the experience of the 1990s of what has worked. But we need the courage to defend them now.
Thank you.
I have a question from Mr. Vladimir and Kara-Murza. I saw in a YouTube film that you are quite optimistic about Russia. Once Russia will be a democratic country again, sooner than you think, you said. But in my opinion, beg your pardon, Putin, I don't mind how he ends, will be succeeded by another hardliner. What is your opinion about that?
Thank you so much for the question. First of all, it's not a matter of opinion, it's a matter of historical fact. As I mentioned, I'm a historian, so that's how I prefer to look at things. If you look at every succession of power in Russia, beginning in 1762, when Catherine the Great came to power in a coup d'etat against her husband. From 1762 up until this moment, every single leader who came next reversed the policies of the previous one by 180 degrees, with one exception. Konstantin Chernenko, he was in power for 12 months, he spent it all in intensive care in a hospital, and then he died. That was it. He didn't have a chance to change anything. This was in the early 80s. But every other time, there was a 180-degree change, even when the person came from the inner circle of the previous regime. Nikita Khrushchev was one of Stalin's closest acolytes. He was a member of the Troika in 1937. He was a direct part of the political repression in Moscow, in Ukraine in the 30s. And yet it was he who released millions of people from the Gulag after Stalin's death and oversaw what's called the Khrushchev thaw, the partial liberalization in the 50s. Mikhail Gorbachev was supported and pushed by Andropov, whom I mentioned, whom I referred to in my remarks, one of the most horrendous symbols of repression, and yet he was the one who pushed Gorbachev. Gorbachev was his protege. We all know what Gorbachev did. Putin was essentially placed in power by Boris Yeltsin, and he destroyed everything that Yeltsin did in his time. Freedom of the media, elections, democracy, everything was completely destroyed. So, obviously I'm no oracle, I can't see into the future, but if we go by the last 2.5 centuries plus, whatever happens after Putin, there will be a reversal, but also, that's not to say, it'll be a guarantee and everything will be fine and dandy, in a month after Putin's gone. Of course not. All I'm saying is that there will be a window of opportunity for change in Russia after Putin. It will be very short, very brief, very quick, as they always are. These things are never long. And I think one of the most responsible things that we can do now, both we, I mean the Russian democratic opposition, the Russian democratic forces, but also our friends and neighbors and partners in the rest of Europe, is to be doing the homework now to prepare for that moment when the window of opportunity comes in Russia. None of us knows when it's going to be. It could be in 5 years and could be in 3 months. Russia's unpredictable. Major political changes in Russia happen like this. Both the Tsarist regime in 1917 and the communist regime in 1991 collapsed in 3 days. And I mean this literally, not a metaphor. And nobody saw this coming. That's exactly how it's going to be next time. And when it starts happening, it's going to be too late to sit down, and reflect, okay, what do we do now? We have to have the roadmap now. A few weeks ago, I was asked to write a foreword for a new book project by Memorial, Russia's leading human rights organization, co-recipient of the Nobel Peace Prize in 2022. The project, which is a result of a lot of substantial work by lawyers and human rights advocates and electoral experts and so on, the title is 100 Days After Putin. And it contains all the draft reforms that will need to be implemented immediately. Because again, these things don't last long. Electoral reforms, constitutional reforms, everything to do with transitional justice, illustrations, opening of the archives, accountability for crimes that were committed, and so on. These things will need to be done, and they will need to be done fast to make sure that next time we have a window of opportunity for democratic transition in Russia, it succeeds, unlike what happened in the 1990s. And there's a very important international aspect to this. I came here from Strasbourg. I was there last week, the autumn session of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, and one of the most important decisions taken at that session last week was to pass a resolution establishing a platform for dialogue within the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe with the democratic forces of Russia. In effect, a Russian opposition delegation to the Assembly, as there already exists one for Belarus. The only 2 European countries that are currently out of the Council of Europe are Russia and Belarus, the last 2 dictatorships in Europe. And the Council of Europe and the Parliamentary Assembly especially made what I think is a very wise, forward-looking and strategic decision to maintain a continuous institutionalized dialogue with these 2 countries in preparation, not in waiting, but in preparation, active preparation for the time when both of those 2 countries will be able to reclaim their rightful places around the table of the European family of nations. And that's not, and the Council of Europe understands this well, that's not charity on a part of the West. It's in our joint interest. I think one of the thoughts, one of the ideas that was most frequently repeated during that debate last Wednesday when that resolution was passed, and it came from parliamentarians across the political spectrum, from different countries, actually from Iceland, from Germany, from Spain. People came back to this idea that the best guarantee of peace and security in Europe is a democratic Russia. Because for as long as there's this repressive, belligerent, archaic regime in the largest country of Europe, there's not going to be peace and security on the continent, because internal repression is always accompanied by external aggression. And so there's a clear understanding on the part of the Council of Europe, in this case, and hopefully wider in Western Europe and on the European continent at large, that this is a goal that is in our common interest. A democratic Russia is not just in our interest, but in yours as well. And I think it's really important to work together to make sure we're ready for that day, and the time to do that homework, to lay down those roadmaps, is now.
Thank you, Vladimir. Yes, I hope I have I am allowed to ask one question. Kim? You have a question?
Small question.
Oh, that's good.
What's your opinion about all those fantastic grassroots movements in the Netherlands and in Europe? And what is your belief about the grassroots movements?
Grassroots movements. Yeah.
Which one? Which ones?
Which one? They need clarification.
Oh, that's a pity. All those ministers of the future in the Netherlands, all those hope saaiers, we call that, all those in the Netherlands, it's the rechtbankbengels, and I can the democratic, the LDC, the local democratic coalition, the Netherlands democratic coalitions. No bells?
Well, it rings a bell. I can say something about it because I believe, of course, a vivid civil society is very important. So grassroots organizations and initiatives such as these are very important. What is very important at the same time, I say, is let them move beyond the polarization that is often caused also by social media and each algorithm putting each person in his or her own bubble. We're dominated by platforms, by algorithms, which condemn the moderates and the elected officials often, and take away nuances, complexities, etc. And I think that we need civil society initiatives to move beyond that. Otherwise, we'll just be soaked up by social media in a way that only tears us apart.
Okay, Evelina, I have this is the final question. Short, please.
A very brief question. On the international level, there is this very important initiative to establish an international court on corruption. Do you believe that this would address some of the issues that were discussed earlier today, and for now, we still don't have a mechanism to address them? And very briefly, on Magnitsky sanctions, what is the plan? We have 35 countries which have legislation on Magnitsky sanctions. Would you like to expand the number of countries, or maybe build on them, introduce extra provisions on repurposing frozen assets and so on?
Thank you. Yes, not too long answer.
On the Magnitsky sanctions, there's two countries left that we need to do, Japan and New Zealand. I very specifically, when I went around the world, didn't want to get countries with a flimsy rule of law, so we weren't fighting to get a Mexican Magnitsky Act or a Thai Magnitsky Act because we didn't want them to misuse it. Crazily, the U.S. is now misusing the Magnitsky Act. The U.S. has sanctioned the Brazilian judge who is overseeing the case against Jair Bolsonaro because Trump is a friend of his. And so we're kind of in this weird Alice in Wonderland world where black is white and white is black and up is down and so on. And so what I don't want to do is have any more, I only want to have proper rule of law countries with the Magnitsky Act. On the subject of frozen assets, for the last 3.5 years I've been working on a mission to confiscate the $300 billion of Russian frozen assets and hand that money for the defense and reconstruction of Ukraine. Again, at the very beginning when you were asking about hopelessness, everyone thought that's crazy, that's outrageous, this rule of law, Russia's money is protected by sovereign immunity. Of course, Ukraine's territory wasn't protected by sovereign immunity when Russia invaded. We're now 3.5 years into it, and I would predict that within the next 6 months, Europe will confiscate Russia's frozen assets and Ukraine will have a fighting fund to allow them to continue to defend themselves, hopefully to a victory.
Thank you. Well, I want to thank you all. Give a big applause to the panelists.
Thank you.
Then you can sit in the audience again. And Casper, can I give you the floor?
Yes. Well,
again?
it's very simple to announce Pieter Omtzigt for his speech after we've had some video clips first.
Oh yeah. Video's of... Thanks, Casper, thanks, Daniela, but real thanks to Vladimir, Yevgenia, Bill, Gerard, of talking and working together. Because you've shown that sometimes everything seemed to be lost and hopeless, and you can still change it around. No one thought those Magnitsky sanctions would ever work. No one ever in his right mind. They thought you were a little bit crazy trying that one. And yet, by pursuing them, you got there, and no one ever thought, Vladimir, that you would have had the impact which you did have in Russia. We thought you were completely crazy going back to Russia, by the way, because I only remember that dinner from trying to explain to you from not going back to Russia. And your wife had told me that she wanted to tear your passport apart. And now the Russians have done that for her. You don't get your Russian passport back. And there's at least one person, for now, Yevgenia wanted to destroy your passport for preventing you to go back. And Gerald, no one believed that we could have ended the crisis on refugees in Turkey. And no one actually thought that we could have gotten rid of all those corrupt politicians in the Council of Europe. And I thought it was my political death for trying to oust my party president, my former party president, the predecessor of that, and the person leading the committee I was doing the work in. Yet, somehow, we did manage. So at least it wasn't all in vain. I must apologize for doing the rest in Dutch. We are in the Netherlands, but thanks a lot for coming and I'll give you the translation later. Want dank aan de organisatie om een keer te praten over het internationale werk. Waar wij in Nederland graag over tweets praten en over kleine dingen die we hier in Nederland met z'n allen doen, zitten we in tijden waar ontzettend veel verandert in de wereld om ons heen. En dat hebben we de afgelopen 20 jaar gezien. Toen ik naar de middelbare school ging, de Gundel in Hengelo, tussen 86 en 92, toen viel de muur. En we zagen de Sovjet-Unie, net als Vladimir net beschreef, in drie dagen in één klappen. En het was een tijd dat we boeken moesten lezen. En voor onze lijst koos ik natuurlijk George Orwell, Animal Farm en 1984. Animal Farm is een beetje wat Vladimir beschreef over hoe Mussolini echt veer voor veer de kip kaal plukte. Dat wat leek op een mooi experiment, werd een totalitaire staat. En Orwell waarschuwde voor elke vorm van totalitaire staat. En in 1984 moest je nog een knopje indrukken om aan de partij te vertellen wat je aan het doen was. Dan moest je voor het scherm gaan staan en dat was een totalitaire staat. Maar hij beschreef een angstige en dystopische wereld. Een wereld waar de geschiedenis constant wordt herschreven. Na de val van de muur raakte deze hele dystopische wereld op de achtergrond voor heel veel mensen. En iedereen juichte in 1989 en 1991. Misschien nog wel het meest Francis Fukuyama. Die zei, dit is het einde van de geschiedenis. Hij schreef, what we may be witnessing is just not the end of the Cold War or the passing of a particular period of post-war history, but the end of history as such. That is the end of point of mankind's ideological evolution and the universalization of Western liberal democracy as the final form of human government. Dat dachten we in 1989. De gebeurtenissen waarvan we getuigen zijn, betreffen niet enkel het einde van de Koude Oorlog of het voorbijgaan van een specifiek tijdperk uit de naoorlogsgeschiedenis, maar het einde van de geschiedenis als zodanig. Namelijk het eindpunt van de ideologische evolutie van de mensheid. En de westerse liberale democratie zou universeel worden en de enige vorm van menselijk bestuur. Dat soort optimisme, dat democratie automatisch zou komen. En dat we een paar hobbeltjes moesten nemen, maar daarna gewoon in een democratische hemel terecht zouden komen, was zo wijdverbreid dat politici ernaar gingen handelen. Zo ging premier Balkenende in 2004 Turkije toelaten als kandidaat lid van de Europese Unie en gingen we onderhandelen. Dat wilde de net verkozen premier Erdogan erg graag. Van een functionerende democratie was geenszins sprake. In de Raad van Europa deden we hetzelfde. Rusland werd lid in 1996, midden in de eerste Tsjetsjeense oorlog, waarbij meer dan 50.000 burgers in Grozny doodgeschoten werden voor de Russen. Dus welkom hier, Russen, en blijft u die 50.000, blijft u gewoon elk flatgebouw in Tsjetsjenië kapot schieten. En de Russische leger pleegde afgrijselijke misdaden. Azerbeidzjan mocht in 2001 toetreden. Dat land heeft 2 presidenten gehad. De vader en de zoon. En ze hebben ook tegenwoordig een vicepresident. De huidige president heeft namelijk zijn echtgenote tot vicepresident benoemd. En wij zeggen dat is een democratie als het Westen. Zijn wij nog trots op dat je hier een vrije verkiezing hebt en vrijelijk mag kiezen straks op 29 oktober wie hier het land mag besturen? Maar het ging verder. Italië werd toegelaten tot de euro. Er was iets met 60%, Italië zat op meer dan 100% schuld. Het maakte niet uit. En zelfs Griekenland werd in 2000 toegelaten. Het voldeed helemaal nergens aan. Te hoge staatsschuld, te hoog tekort. Maar ja, als je dronken van geluk bent en je denkt, de regels gelden niet voor ons, dan heb je een probleem. En u weet, zaterdag sta ik wel eens op een voetbalveld. En ik kan u één ding verzekeren. Als iemand zich niet aan de regels houdt, dan krijg je een rode kaart. En als je die rode kaart niet geeft aan die speler die op de enkels is gaan zitten van zijn tegenstander, dan heb je geen probleem met die speler, maar dan heb je een probleem met 21 andere spelers. Want die denken, die regels, die zijn niet meer voor mij. Die zijn niet meer voor mij. Ik hoef me niet meer te gedragen. En als je dat doet, dan weet je uit ervaring dat de wedstrijd volledig uit de hand loopt. En ook dat is me wel eens gebeurd. En die ondoordachte besluiten, die moesten tot desillusie leiden. Soms is het goed gegaan. Turkije, na de coup in 2016, die mislukt is, riep Turkije de noodtoestand uit. Het arresteerde 160.000 mensen en 152.000 ambtenaren werden ontslagen. Het ging recht naar een dictatuur en toen was er nog net aan een noodrem om te zeggen we stoppen met onderhandelingen. Maar in de eurozone was er geen noodrem. We hielden ons niet aan de regels en 10 jaar later ging Griekenland failliet. De kosten in Griekenland waren enorm. 5 jaar lang was de jeugdwerkloosheid meer dan 50%. Je houdt je niet aan de regels en uiteindelijk hebben we allemaal een groot probleem, want we gingen allemaal een recessie in, maar Griekenland nog het meest. Sociale grondrechten, het recht op arbeid, vergeet het maar, want we denken bij mensenrechten vaak alleen aan iemand niet opsluiten, maar jarenlang werkloos zijn betekent echt dat je in je meest elementaire waarden aangetast wordt. En in de eurozone kregen we nog een ander probleem. De grote landen hielden zich nergens meer aan. Duitsland niet, Frankrijk niet. En dat is precies de reden dat we nu in de problemen zitten. U heeft het misschien gezien. Een maand geleden trad wederom een Franse premier af, dat was premier Bayrou, Omdat hij niet 80 miljard euro kon bezuinigen. Dus wat deed president Macron? Die benoemde zijn 5e premier. En op zondagavond was de regering klaar. Op maandag is die regering afgetreden. Heeft u een voorstelling wat zich moet hebben afgespeeld in de Franse regering bij die vergadering? Ze lekken daar iets minder dan in andere stukken, zeg ik tegen Eddy en Casper hier. Die minister van Financiën die komt binnen en zegt, we gaan 80 miljard bezuinigen. En die andere ministers die zeggen van, ja, maar niet hier. En dan zegt de minister, ja, maar we hebben geen meerderheid in het parlement, dus wie gaat daarvoor stemmen? Ze komen er niet uit. En we zitten midden in een Europese crisis. Niet in het land dat niet aan de voorwaarden voldeed, maar het land dat wist, omdat alle anderen zich niet aan houden, hoef ik het ook niet. En als je zo verder gaat, dan krijg je een groot probleem. En dan denkt u, waarom begint die Omtzigt, die statisticus en econoom, nu weer over economie, terwijl we het over mensenrechten moeten hebben? Nou, ik zal u zeggen, als er een financiële crisis is, dan worden de sociale grondrechten, het recht op huisvesting, het recht op arbeid kunnen verrichten, vol geraakt. En de schulden in de westerse wereld zijn zo ongelooflijk hoog en zijn nu hoger dan in de Afrikaanse landen. Dus de westerse schulden zijn veel hoger dan elders, dan in de ontwikkelingslanden. Dat was een van mijn eerste rapporten in de Raad van Europa. Niemand las het. Ik hoop dat het irrelevant blijft. Dat zou ik heel fijn vinden. Maar ik vrees wat anders. Maar vandaag heeft u mensen gesproken die aan de lijve ondervonden hebben wat er gebeurt als je democratie en mensenrechten verwaarloost. Zij ondernamen actie en een groot persoonlijk risico. Laten we beginnen met het Rusland van Poetin. Voormalig KGB-agent Vladimir Poetin werd in 1999 premier en daarna tijdelijk president. En in 2000 werd hij echt gekozen tot president. Zijn pijlsnelle opmars viel samen met de bomaanslagen op Russische flats, onder andere in Moskou, waarbij tientallen mensen omkwamen. De aanslagen waren daarna de aanleiding om te beginnen met de Tweede Tsjetsjeense oorlog, die net zo bloedig was als de eerste. De orde die Poetin daarmee schiep, hielp hem populair te worden en het presidentschap te bemachtigen. Maar wie had die bommen nu geplaatst? Een van mijn eerste rapporten ging over klokkenluiders. En ik organiseerde een hoorzitting met Günther Schirmer daar en Maes was daar ook, die zit naast hem. En daar nodigde ik Sergej Trepaskin uit. Hij is een voormalige FSB-agent en hij had het duidelijke bewijs dat de Russische geheime dienst het zelf gedaan had. Dus dit doen we in een hoorzitting in de Duma. Dat zou je nu niet meer helemaal goed bedenken, zeg ik u. De getuigen waren dood, de medestanders waren dood of vergiftigd. En zelf had hij 4 jaar in de gevangenis gezeten. Het was mijn eerste echte aanraking met Rusland. En overigens de allerlaatste keer dat ik Rusland in kon komen. Want al mijn latere verzoeken om naar Rusland te reizen zijn afgewezen. Het maakte indruk. En ik wist toen Bill bij mij kwam rond 2012, na de dood van Sergej Magnitsky, dat er een onderzoek moest komen. Omdat het niet deugde in Rusland. En hij heeft net verteld welke stappen we gezet hebben. Dat is nog een veel langer verhaal, maar dat is vooral omdat we ons focusten. En Nederland sliep. In 2014 annexeerde Rusland de Krim. En ik sprak veel met mijn Oekraïense parlementariërs, en dat is waarom ze dat net ook zeiden. En ik stelde voor, laten we de Russen het stemrecht ontnemen. Dat is toch het minimum wat je doet in een organisatie. Nou, de meest verregaande voorstel, we gooien Rusland eruit, haalde het niet. En mijn voorstel haalde het net met een paar stemmen. Overigens, er waren 7 Nederlandse leden en ik was de enige van de 7 die voor dat voorstel gestemd heeft. De andere 6 steunden het niet. Ook vanuit Nederland was er verrassend veel steun om niets tegen Rusland te doen. De Russen verlieten de assemblee boos. Maar ik werd nog bozer. Want wat gebeurde er? Het leiderschap van de assemblee ging onderhandelen met Rusland of ze alsjeblieft terug wilden komen. En daarna mochten ze nooit meer sancties krijgen. En dat is zo erg omdat daarmee Poetin wederom een hint kreeg, je kunt alles doen. En tuurlijk snap Poetin dat iedereen een paar maanden boos is naar de Krim. Dat snapt hij. Maar als dat binnen een paar jaar weer rechtgezet is en hij mag weer terug, kan hij daarna de volgende stap doen. En dat deed hij in Oekraïne. En Vladimir Kara-Murza beschreef vandaag scherp hoe Rusland stap voor stap een dictatuur werd. Elke tegenmacht werd uitgeschakeld. En Europa keek ernaar, stond erbij en keek ernaar. Pas na de invasie van Oekraïne werd Rusland eruit gegooid. En we hadden de hoop dat Rusland met de standaarden omhoog zou gaan. Maar we komen er zo op dat Rusland en Azerbeidzjan en ook Turkije de standaarden van de andere 44 landen omlaag gekregen hebben. En dat is het werkelijke gevaar vandaag. Azerbeidzjan was het andere land dat nooit, maar dan ook nooit had mogen worden toegelaten. Het land was niet democratisch. En Gerald Knaus, hij zegt het een beetje in het voorbijgaan, maar had al 3 jaar de rapporten liggen met alle bewijzen van corruptie. En echt waar, het is botter dan u denkt. Het ging over enveloppen die daar uitgedeeld werden met heel veel cash aan de politici in de corridors die u daar in de filmpjes ziet. Het ging over miljoenen. En het ging over Europese politici die geld belangrijker vonden dan principes. En je weet wat er dan gebeurt. En het ging over giften, het ging over caviar, het ging over afpersing, het ging over nog veel meer. Maar daar gaan we straks een keer iets over opschrijven. Sieraden, reizen en alles wat u bedenken kunt. Maar het land kreeg zijn strategische doelen. Want wat wil je als je een dictator bent? Je wilt het stempeltje democratie. En Azerbeidzjan kreeg het stempeltje democratie. Het betaalde voor alternatieve verkiezingswaarnemingen. Het slaagde erin dat het rapport dat het politieke gevangenen had, dat het niet aangenomen werd. En het allerergste, het slaagde de rest in te overtuigen dat het Nagorno-Karabach kon innemen. 120.000 Armeniërs kon verdrijven. En daar kraaide geen haan na. En ze slaagden in die doelen, ondanks alles. En dit waren geen politici uit Oost-Europese landen. De politici die we hadden, die kwamen uit Duitsland, Spanje, Italië, België en Malta. Straks daarover wat meer. En het ergste was voor ons, en Suna was degene die daar het onderzoek naar deed, is dat de mensen met wie wij spraken op het moment dat wij deden, mensen als Khadija Ismailova, die werden opgepakt, elke keer als we een stemming verloren. En moesten jarenlang de gevangenis in, omdat ze met ons spraken. En we wisten het en we ontkenden het. Na die sessie in Hotel Kammerzel, die Gerald zo mooi beschreven heeft, lukte het. 13 leden werden gestraft met de zwaarst mogelijke straf, intern. En dat is een levenslange verbanning uit de gebouwen van de Raad van Europa. 4 anderen kregen een wat lichtere straf. En daar zat dus mijn oude fractievoorzitter bij, mijn huidige fractievoorzitter die toen was, en zijn 2 voorgangers. Ik kan u verzekeren, het is een jaar lang heel erg ongezellig geweest in de fractie. Als je fractievoorzitter beschuldigt van corruptie, en hij staat nu voor de rechter, dan wordt het niet gezellig. Maar goed, het lukte. Alleen in andere landen stopte de vervolging. Mensen waar de e-mails te liggen, de bankoverschriften met de miljoenen er zijn, want ze kregen niet alleen enveloppen. Zelfs daar worden politici niet vervolgd. Dan weet je toch dat je een probleem hebt. Alleen in Duitsland loopt er nu een zaak. Was Azerbeidzjan de enige? Nee. Ik denk dat Rusland zeer actief was en je hintte daar al op, Vladimir. Maar ze waren wel slimmer dan de Azeri om het op slimmere manieren te doen. En waar zit het probleem? Helaas was Matthew er vandaag niet. Matthew Caruana Galizia, de zoon van Daphne Caruana Galizia. Maar zijn moeder werd in Malta vermoord. Volgende week 8 jaar geleden. Met een bomaanslag op de auto. En Malta is de zwakste schakel binnen de Europese Unie. Het verkoopt de paspoorten. En met een Maltese paspoort kun je in Nederland wonen. De premier heeft alle macht in het hele land. En er is geen enkele standaard die het houdt. En zelfs daar treden wij als Europese Unie niet tegen op. Polen wist dat het overal mee kon wegkomen. Ik was 7 jaar lang rapporteur Polen en rechtsstaat. Ik heb overigens 20 rapporten geschreven. Dus ik kan wel even doorgaan, maar dat ga ik niet doen vandaag. Maar Polen, net als Hongarije, wist, als Rusland het mag, en daar worden 10.000 mensen gedood. In Polen, in alle eerlijkheid, Polen en Malta zijn niet op het niveau van Azerbeidzjan en Rusland. Die zijn echt een stuk beter. Ja? Er zitten geen politieke gevangenen, er worden geen mensen willekeurig doodgeschoten. Er gebeurt van alles, de rechtsstaat wordt, de rechterlijke macht wordt ontmanteld, maar niet zo erg. Maar ze wisten, zolang Rusland lid is, komen we ermee weg. En dat zeiden ze ook letterlijk. En het allerergste van vandaag zijn de mensen die er vandaag niet zijn. Niet omdat ik niet vind dat dit lang genoeg duurt. Maar in het werk dat wij gedaan hebben, en dat is het werk wat ik met Evelina deed, is vooral het werk rond de slachtoffers van de genocide van IS, Daesh, me heel erg bijgebleven. We hebben voor het eerst sinds de jaren 40 een genocide gehad, gepleegd op Yazidi, christenen, moslimminderheden in Irak en Syrië. Dat hebben we erkend gekregen. Maar die is gepleegd door duizenden uitreizigers uit België, uit Nederland, uit Frankrijk, uit Engeland. En het is de eerste genocide waarvan we de top niet bestraft hebben. Na de Tweede Wereldoorlog hadden we met z'n allen gezegd, dit nooit weer. En de Nuremberg Trials. We hebben het net over Bosnië gehad. Ook daar hebben we de mensen die Srebrenica gedaan hadden. Milosevic heeft hier in de cel gezeten, een paar 100 meter verder. Maar daar doen we niks. En als u vraagt, waar gaan de standaarden achteruit? Op zo'n dossier gaan de standaarden op achteruit. En ik heb gewerkt met sommige moedige klokkenluiders. Ik was de eerste die Edward Snowden hoorde. En Suna heeft veel met Assange gewerkt. Die kunnen nog steeds niet reizen. Die hebben laten zien hoe ook in het Westen een controlestaat uitgerold wordt. Hoe Amerika bezig is met een programma bij de NSC, waarbij het alle data van iedereen verzamelt. En we kijken naar China en zeggen, we willen niet zo'n dictatuur, maar we lopen hetzelfde risico hier. En daar waarschuwden ze voor. En hoe graag ik ze ook hier gehad heb, zij kunnen nog steeds niet vrij reizen. En alles buiten het zicht, dames en heren, van de rechtsstaat is gevaarlijk. Alles. Dat werd me aan het begin duidelijk toen we het over de geheime CIA-vluchten hadden. Want na 9/11 waren er geheime gevangenissen van de Verenigde Staten. Geheime gevangenissen, waar mensen gemarteld werden. Sommigen waren inderdaad terroristen, maar sommigen waren ook helemaal niks. Maar een rechtsstaat is dat je ook terroristen publiekelijk berecht en daarna een hele zware straf geeft. Maar bij George Orwell moest je dat scherm nog wegdraaien. Tegenwoordig hoef je niks meer weg te draaien. Je mobieltje, met een beetje software erop als Pegasus, kan het afluisterapparaat zijn van elke geheime dienst en is dat ook in China. Maar dat is gebeurd in Polen, waar de politieke tegenstanders afgeluisterd werden. Dat gebeurde in Griekenland. Dat gebeurt in Servië. En het lijkt erop dat we ons neerleggen bij een samenleving waarbij afluisteren normaal wordt. Waarbij het via de telefoon kan, maar waarbij als een aantal mensen ligt, ook massaal afgeluisterd kan worden. En weet u wat massaal afluisteren betekent? Dat betekent dat u alle internetgegevens kunt verzamelen. Alles. Dus al uw e-mail, alles waar u op surft, alles. En als er in de Europese Unie dan ook nog een push is om de encryptie eraf te halen, kan degene die die gegevens ziet ook alles van u lezen. En als dan in bepaalde Europese steden overal biometrische camera's opgehangen worden, kan dat ook gekoppeld worden aan waar u bent. Dat is wat China overigens doet. En in het rapport met Snowden hadden we nog dat, als je al die data hebt, kun je niks mee, want je hebt zo'n grote stapel, je zoekt naar een speld en een hooiberg. Maar als je daar tegenwoordig kunstmatige intelligentie op loslaat, kun je er een hoop uithalen. En wat is het erge daaraan? Je hebt de controlestaat met die koppeling met een beperkt aantal mensen ingeregeld. En we zijn daar veel dichterbij dan u denkt. Maar ik denk dat we wel dingen kunnen doen in die rechtsstaat in Europa. En ik denk dat dat heel noodzakelijk is. En ik denk dat we ook een positieve agenda moeten hebben. En we hebben vanmorgen met de mensen over wie ik net sprak, gesproken. En we gaan ze ook in een boek opschrijven met een aantal voorstellen over wat we wel kunnen doen. Dus niet alleen wat we gedaan hebben, maar de sprekers hier zullen ook schrijven wat ze wel kunnen doen. Ten eerste moet je het werk van Fukuyama, ook het latere werk, serieus nemen. Staten moeten hun uitvoerende macht kunnen regelen, een rechtsstaat zijn en democratische verantwoording afleggen. En op alle drie gaat het mis. En het eerste ook in Nederland. De uitvoerende macht slaagt er niet in om problemen op te lossen. Daar zitten scheuren in. We moeten regels nu eens gaan handhaven. Als je de internationale rechtsorde wilt behouden, of het in de eurozone is, of het met mensenrechten is, dan zul je bij een overtreding moeten fluiten, een gele of een rode kaart gaan geven. En doe je het niet, dan raak je je internationale instellingen kwijt. De WTO, de Wereldhandelsorganisatie, is al weg. De internationale strafhof hier in Den Haag staat onder grote druk door de Amerikaanse sancties en we praten er niet over. Maar als het internationaal strafhof weg is, dan komt er niks terug. En als de Raad van Europa verzwakt en verdwijnt, dan komt er niks terug. Maak u geen illusies over dat er dan nog iemand is die uw mensenrechten verdedigt als ze vertrapt worden door de staat. En u weet, die mensenrechten die worden vaak in andere landen vertrapt door de staat. Maar met het toeslagenschandaal in Nederland hebben we ook hier een voorbeeld dat het kan gebeuren. We moeten de regels veranderen om absolute macht tegen te gaan. De term limits waar we het over hadden met Vladimir. 2 termijnen is voldoende. Dat staat in de Amerikaanse grondwet. In Frankrijk mag je maar 2 opeenvolgende termijnen hebben. Dat moet vastgelegd worden. We moeten strengere straffen hebben voor corrupte politici en duidelijke regels daarover. De corruptie die wij gezien hebben in Europa, en dat is dus in de Raad van Europa, maar ook het Europees Parlement, als die niet aangepakt wordt, verdwijnt die democratie. En we lijken het niet te beseffen. En in Nederland betekent dat ook gewoon duidelijke regels. Straffen bij draaideuren, bij lobbyen. En het is niet moeilijk om die corruptie te vinden. We moeten moedige mensen beter beschermen. Die klokkenluidersbescherming waar we het over hadden, die is gewoon noodzakelijk. Om met George Orwell te spreken, if liberty means anything at all, it means the right to tell people what they do not want to hear. In het voorwoord van Animal Farm, wat pas 20 jaar later gepubliceerd is. Het moet duidelijk zijn dat zelfs de klokkenluiders in het toeslagenschandaal werden ontslagen. Dat vergeten we hier. Nou, ik kan u vertellen wat er met klokkenluiders in andere landen gebeurt. Die worden met polonium vergiftigd. En als we die niet beter beschermen, dan beschermen we niet de mensen die een andere mening hebben dan u, of die ergens voor waarschuwen. Dat is nog niet goed geregeld. En ja, waakzaamheid voor totalitaire staten. Het toezicht daarop is volstrekt onvoldoende. En ik kan naar alle landen wijzen, maar laat ik eens naar Nederland wijzen. Als pas 2 maanden geleden duidelijk wordt dat de Nederlandse politie in 2011 Palantir aangeschaft heeft. Het is een kunstmatig intelligentieprogramma waarbij alle data aan elkaar gekoppeld wordt. En u weet wat voor problemen dat kan geven met het toeslagenschandaal. Als er geen parlementair toezicht op is, dan weet u dat u een groot probleem heeft in dit land. En de combinatie van het massaal verzamelen van gegevens, ze aan elkaar koppelen, heel slechte ICT-beveiliging en straks geen scherpe encryptie en AI, is dramatisch. En dan kan de staat veel meer dan Orwell ooit voor mogelijk hield. Maar het is erger. Het is niet alleen de Nederlandse staat die dat kan doen. Het is ook een andere staat die hier onder Amsterdam alle internetgegevens kan aftappen. En precies alles over alle burgers van Nederland kan weten. En het zou zelfs een niet-statelijke actor kunnen zijn. Een terroristische organisatie. Dus om een controlestaat te doen, moeten we veel en veel waakzamer zijn. Dus de staat moet zichzelf inhouden, maar moet ons ook beschermen tegen die buitenlandse machtigen. En het vestigen van een totalitaire staat is een stuk gemakkelijker geworden. En dan moeten we helemaal niet meegaan in hypes als programmeerbaar geld. Want dan kun je nog meer controle uitoefenen. En ja, we hebben een hervorming nodig van de internationale instellingen. Dat was een van de vragen. En laat ik daar maar een kleine bal voor opgooien. Als landen zich niet gedragen, dan moet er een lidmaatschapstest zijn. Dan moet er een test zijn of je gedraagt. En als je niet aanhoudt, dan moet je ophouden met lid te zijn. En dan kan natuurlijk een jaartje geschorst worden of iets tussen. Maar die stok moet er blijven. In de Raad van Europa wordt geen land meer beetgenomen, omdat ze met z'n allen afgesproken hebben dat ze alleen statements uitgeven waar alle 46 lidstaten het eens zijn. Weet u wat dat betekent? Als er iets gebeurt over een land, dan heeft dat land een veto op de veroordeling van dat land. Er gebeurt nooit wat. Het Hof in Straatsburg is een beroepsinstantie voor alle zaken van Europa geworden. Dat klinkt leuk, maar de doorlooptijd is nu zo lang dat van gerechtigheid geen sprake meer is. Kijkt u gisteren wat er gebeurde met de zaak van Stan Storymans. 15 jaar nadat hij door een clusterbom in Georgië in 2008 gedood is, krijgt zijn weduwe, meer dan 15 jaar later, krijgt zijn weduwe recht op €10.000. Dat voelt niet als gerechtigheid, vanwege de tijd en vanwege de straf. We zullen op de belangrijke zaken moeten gaan focussen. Want nu blijft de zaak rond de MH17 liggen. De zaak rond Georgië blijft liggen. En misschien moet er een test weer komen voor de toelating van de echt belangrijke zaken, zodat ze snel behandeld worden. Zodat er echt recht gesproken wordt. En het verdrag moet zo flexibel zijn dat het ook aangepast kan worden. Want nu is daar geen enkele mogelijkheid toe. De barrière dat alle leden het eens moeten zijn, betekent eigenlijk dat de rechterlijke macht dat uitspraken nooit door politie gezegd kunnen worden, er moet een correctie plaatsvinden. Deze ideeën zullen we verder uitwerken in dat boek waar ik u net over gesproken heb. Met de sprekers die hier vandaag gestaan hebben. En toch, 1984 ging voorbij zonder dat 1984 in vervulling ging. De mensen die hier gesproken hebben, die laten zien dat individuele actie of tegenactie gevolgen kan hebben, iets in beweging kan zetten. En George Orwell zag dat ook heel scherp. George Orwell, sociaal-democraat, maar fel tegenstander van de Sovjet-Unie. If you want a picture of the future, schreef hij, imagine a boot stamping on a human face forever. The moral to be drawn from this dangerous nightmare situation is a simple one. Don't let it happen. It depends on you. En dat is de belangrijke les waarvoor we bij Orwell moeten zijn. Het verdedigen van deze instituties vereist een zekere moed. Vereist ook een participatie in politieke processen. Een participatie en niet een consument, maar een burger. Dat heeft een nieuw sociaal contract nodig, waar ik u ooit over gesproken heeft. Daar moet participatie in zijn. En het hangt van individuen af en u heeft die individuen vandaag gezien. En of dat nou de individuen zijn die mensen geholpen hebben in het toeslagenschandaal, die ik hier vandaag ook gezien heb, of in Malta of in Rusland, dat maakt niet uit. Want die eindstaat van geluk op deze wereld, dat blijft een dagelijks gevecht. En dat is de afgelopen jaren alleen maar belangrijk geworden. Het was mij een grote eer om met deze mensen dat werk 22 jaar lang gedaan te hebben. Ook daar was ik een van de langzittenden. En het was ook een voorrecht om dat 22 jaar als gekozen Kamerlid te mogen doen. En op een of andere manier wil ik me voor dezelfde idealen blijven inzetten. Dank u wel. Dank u wel. Wat? Nee, ik ga je staan. Ik ben heel oncomfortabel. Nee, schat. Dat heb ik niet. Ja, maar. Ja, even verder, ja, het bent.
Thank you. That was great, Peter. I understood we still have some video clips, but I also would like to go to a live video clip, because I saw here in the audience Bishop Polycarpos. His Eminence Mora Polycarpos is the Metropolitan and Patriarchal Vicar of the Syriac Orthodox Church in the Netherlands, and I would like to ask you to come to the floor for a few words for Pieter Omtzigt.
Today, we honor a man who has tirelessly devoted himself to human rights and to the protection of vulnerable minorities in the Middle East, Pieter Omtzigt. His steadfast commitment has been of immense value to the Syriac Orthodox Church and its community. Thanks to his efforts, the ancient Mor Gabriel Monastery in Turkey was preserved, not only as a house of prayer, but as a symbol of Christian endurance in the region. But his work goes far beyond one monastery. Again and again, he has spoken for those who had no voice, bringing the suffering of persecuted Christians and other minorities to the attention of the Netherlands, Europe, and the wider world. He has reminded us that freedom of belief and the protection of minorities are not abstract ideals, but rights that must be defended. On behalf of the Syriac Orthodox community, I thank him for his courage, his determination, and his compassion. Without his advocacy, many would feel even more isolated and forgotten. Peter, you have made a real difference. For that, and for all that you represent, you deserve our deepest respect and gratitude. And now, with gratitude and in recognition of your steadfast service, on behalf of the Syriac Orthodox Archdiocese in the Netherlands, it is my great honor to bestow upon you this distinction.
Wat is dat?
Ifer, I think you have to help me. There we go.
the jewelers know better.
Thank you very much. Dank je. Mijn naam erbij, ja. Brilliant. I still need to go to lesson in Romanian. Yes, I have time now. Thank you very much.
Yeah, dear Peter, this is a really sad moment and a duty to say goodbye in a way. But I hope, of course, that we continue to work together. But I wanted to thank you personally for all these years that you have fought for democracy, the rule of law, and human rights in Europe. When we first met in the Parliamentary Assembly back in 2022, you had already dedicated 20 years of your political career to fight the principles and values of this important institution. You have shown to all of us that the Council of Europe as an institution can make a difference, that there is an enormously important role it can play, and it should play. PACE would not be what it is today without your work and your dedication. On your last speech to friends and colleagues in the Parliamentary Assembly, and in June, only a couple of weeks ago, you reminded us that we all share the same feeling that the rule of law, democracy, and human rights matter. And you warned us about the importance to draw a red line and to act when someone crosses that line. Dear Peter, you have shown to all of us the way forward for Europe in peace, democracy, the rule of law, and human rights. I very much hope to stay in touch. Thank you. Vielen Dank für alles und bis bald. Herzliche Grüße aus Berlin von Knut.
Dear friends, before the closing remarks, I'd like to yield to two persons, allies of Peter, who have vowed to continue his work. One is called Reinout van Malenstein, a lawyer who has practiced law since many years in China, and at this moment also serves as chairperson of New Social Contract, Peter's party. And the other is Eddy van Heijem, former Vice Prime Minister, former Minister of Social Affairs and Labour of the Netherlands and NSC's party leader. I would like to give each of them the floor subsequently for short remarks. Reinout, and then we go to Eddy.
Dankjewel. Hij staat aan? Heel goed. Anders geloof ik er ook wel in dat mijn stem dit ook wel kan dragen in alle eerlijkheid. Oh. Allereerst, ik ben enorm trots om hier te mogen staan vandaag, omdat ik mijn dank wil aanspreken aan Pieter, grondlegger van NSC en erelid van NSC. Ik ben zelf bij de partij gekomen nadat ik het boek van Pieter had gelezen en in eerste instantie als kandidaat voor de Europese verkiezingen. En dit kwam omdat, Pieter beschreef net al, er een boek is van George Orwell. En dat in combinatie met zijn boek, hij zei het net al, er is weinig, wat in 1984 zou gebeuren is niet gebeurd en is voorbij gegaan. Nou, ik ben in 1984 geboren. En ik moet in alle eerlijkheid zeggen dat in de afgelopen jaren dat ik in China heb gewoond en gewerkt, ik toch echt heb gezien hoe de hoop van democratie, vrijheid en rechtsstaat vervlogen kan zijn. Onder Hu Jintao was die hoop er, onder Xi Jinping is dat toch helaas helemaal de verkeerde kant op gegaan. En dan zie je ook nu dat in combinatie, Pieter zei het al, met AI en software en telefoons hier die ik ook heb, ineens de staat heel veel macht kan krijgen. Dus toen ik ging solliciteren om voor de Europese lijst van NSC te mogen uitkomen en ik mijn eerste kennismaking met Pieter had en ik beschreef tegen hem dat ik me echt enorm zorgen maak om vrijheid, democratie en rechtsstaat hier in Europa en ervoor wil zorgen dat wij niet daarmee in de problemen komen, was het eerste wat hij tegen mij zei, ja, daar vecht ik al hele lange tijd, vecht ik daar al tegen. En in het bijzonder met betrekking tot Rusland. Dus daar vonden wij elkaar meteen. En opkomen voor vrijheid, democratie en rechtsstaat en daarvoor opstaan terwijl andere mensen stil zijn, dat is echt iets wat Pieter als geen ander heeft gedaan. En daar heb ik enorm veel respect voor. En ik ben heel trots dat wij dat als NSC ook verder uitdragen. Dat is Pieter Omtzigt. Dat is staan voor bestaanszekerheid die er niet is. Pieter heeft ook wel eens te horen gekregen dat hij een luis in de pels is. En ik ben daar heel trots op dat wij als NSC ook kunnen zeggen dat wij een luis in de pels zijn. Hier van de macht van de Nederlandse politiek. Politiek hier die zit muurvast, burgers zijn het vertrouwen kwijt en dat komt door verschillende oorzaken. Vorm boven inhoud bijvoorbeeld. Er wordt gepraat, er wordt beloofd, maar zelden geleverd. De rechtsstaat als schild voor de zwakkeren wordt ontzettend veronachtzaamd hier in Nederland. Dat is vandaag duidelijk besproken. Daarnaast iets anders wat besproken is met betrekking tot de enveloppen, met betrekking tot de Raad van Europa, Azerbeidzjan, waar Pieter Kaart voor geknokt heeft. Dat speelt ook nog steeds. Geld is macht. Lobby's en belangengroepen bepalen nog steeds achter de schermen de uitkomst. En Big Tech beheerst onze data en infrastructuur. Dat in combinatie met buitenlandse machten is een recipe for disaster. De overheid, ten derde, werkt niet meer voor iedereen. Burgers lopen vast, systemen en algoritmes winnen het van de menselijkheid. Wat is nou waar wij voor strijden? En dat is waarom wij vaak, en daar ben ik trots op, een luis in de pels worden genoemd. Wij zijn klein, maar cruciaal, altijd waakzaam. Wij controleren de macht, wij beschermen de rechtsstaat en wij staan naast de burgers wanneer systemen zelf falen. NSC zorgt voor bestaanszekerheid. Het werk van Pieter in de Raad van Europa is ontzettend belangrijk geweest en zal in de toekomst ook nog steeds belangrijk blijven. Je had het over de rapporten die zijn geschreven over Polen, et cetera. Ik neem aan dat in de toekomst daar nog vaak naar teruggegrepen zal worden. Dus ook dat werk zal blijven gelden. Ook het Nederlandse werk in het verleden, met betrekking tot het toeslagenschandaal, het Groningse gas, daar heb je ontzettend kaart voor gestreden. Daar zijn we altijd dankbaar voor. En wij zijn nog dankbaarder voor ook de toekomst, waarin jij ongetwijfeld nog heel veel mooie, prachtige dingen zal doen op zo internationaal en op Nederlands vlak. En daar kijk ik ook als voorzitter en met het hele bestuur en met de hele partij heel erg uit naar een hele fijne samenwerking met jou om daarvoor extra kaart te gaan knokken. En tot slot wil ik je heel graag even namens de partij en namens het bestuur een bloemetje overhandigen. Applaus voor Pieter Omtzigt, alsjeblieft. Ja, bedankt. Echt heel Dank u wel. En dan nu de lijsttrekker van NSC, Eddy van Heijem.
Je telefoon.
Oppassen voor data.
Beste mensen, Pieter, Iver, je dochters zijn er ook, zag ik. Ontzettend fijn om hier bij jullie te mogen zijn. En ook mooi moet ik ook zeggen, ik stond er net even achteraan, maar om je hier weer zo in je element te zien. Zoals we je kennen, staat voor de inhoud, knokken voor de rechtsstaat. Ook wat je hier hebt laten zien, wat je in het verleden hebt gedaan. You have made a difference, zei de heer Polycarpus. Ik denk dat we dat allemaal hardgrondig met hem eens zijn, op het internationale toneel, maar ook nationaal. En daar hebben we allemaal ontzettend veel respect voor. Luis in de pels, zei Reinoud. En dat denk ik ben je geweest, bewaker van de rechtsstaat op al die niveaus. En als je iets kunt leren van wat we hier vandaag hebben gehoord, is dat die rechtsstaat niet iets is wat je borgt door het op papier te zetten, door een grondwet aan te nemen en te zeggen, nou hebben we het met elkaar geregeld. Nee, het is eerst en vooral een houding, een cultuur die je met elkaar wilt nastreven. Een bestuurlijke cultuur, waarin je vindt dat bestuurders zich moeten richten op het algemeen belang. Dienstbaarheid aan de burger. Zorgen van mensen serieus nemen en daarvoor opkomen. Dat is wat de politiek van het openbaar bestuur verwacht. En dat is de basis voor het sociale contract. Maar je hebt ook gezien dat vaak dat contract niet nageleefd wordt. En dat kan van klein tot groot zijn. Van kleine beloftes verbreken tot grote corruptie. En dan ben je afhankelijk van andere mensen die opstaan. Van mensen in het parlement. Journalisten, klokkenluiders, wetenschappers, rechters. Checks en balances die in een rechtsstaat bestaan om te corrigeren daar waar dingen niet goed gaan. En die checks en balances die zijn ongelooflijk belangrijk. En we hebben vandaag, en ik heb daar ook diep respect voor, mensen gezien die zijn opgestaan en soms met gevaar voor eigen leven aan de bel hebben getrokken, een streep hebben willen trekken en zijn opgestaan voor die waarden. En dat besef dat die checks en balances belangrijk zijn, dat zit ongelooflijk diep in jou, Pieter. En dat is ook de reden waarom, denk ik, wij allemaal, het geldt in ieder geval voor mij, maar ik weet dat dat voor veel mensen in deze kerk geldt, ook zijn opgestaan, omdat we dat met jou meevoelen. Dat dat belangrijk is dat we daar met elkaar voor opstaan. En dat je dat vanuit verschillende rollen en verantwoordelijkheden moet doen. En daarom hebben we ook het initiatief genomen om die partij op te richten. Het moest niet alleen het idee van één persoon blijven, maar we wilden met elkaar een beweging om die rechtsstaat, democratie en die rechtsstaat te borgen. Internationaal, maar ook nationaal. Want die bedreigingen die zijn niet alleen ver weg in China, in andere landen in de wereld, in Rusland. Ja, daar zit het niet goed. Maar we zagen afgelopen week president Trump die het had over een aanval van binnenuit. En ik denk dat we dat misschien wel met hem eens kunnen zijn, maar dat wij, als wij er naar kijken, het risico op een andere manier zien. De bedreiging op een andere manier zien. Namelijk de autocratische neiging die er in steeds meer landen bestaat om bestuur voor alles te stellen. En het afbrokkelen van het rechtsstatelijk besef wat erbij hoort. Checks en balances zien als iets wat vooral in de weg zit. En we zien het in verschillende Europese landen gebeuren op dit moment. In Hongarije, in Slowakije, misschien ook in Tsjechië. We kijken toch met enige zorg naar wat daar ook gebeurt. Politieke leiders die de polarisatie voeden. Geen tegenspraak dulden. Instituties verdacht maken. Overroelen of ter discussie stellen als de boodschap hen niet welgevallig is. En dat raakt de journalistiek, dat raakt de rechterlijke macht, dat raakt de wetenschap, het lokaal bestuur, het parlement, niks rechtsstaat aan de kant. En die autocratische tendens is gevaarlijk. Waarom? Omdat het uiteindelijk vreedzaam samenleven en samenwerken ondermijnt. En die samenleving is pluriform, kent een verscheidenheid aan opvattingen, overtuigingen, religies, achtergronden. En in zo'n samenleving moet je altijd zoeken naar compromissen. Moet je ook durven luisteren, moet je in elkaar durven verplaatsen om uiteindelijk goede oplossingen te vinden. Dat is de essentie van democratie. En op die tendensen moeten we ook in ons eigen land alert zijn. En wij, kan ik hier echt zeggen, als NSC zullen ons blijven inzetten voor de bescherming van die rechtsstaat. Internationaal, als het gaat over internationale verdragen, over verplichtingen die daaruit voortvloeien. Casper, wat hebben we daar ook mee geworsteld in de afgelopen periode? Maar ook op Europees niveau, je hebt daar iets over gezegd. Ja, wij vinden als NSC dat je landen aan die rechtsstatelijke verplichting moet kunnen houden. Dat je misschien zelfs uit de Europese Unie moet kunnen zetten als ze zich consequent daar niks aan gelegen laten liggen. Maar ook nationaal, zeg ik erbij. Ook nationaal, door te werken aan een overheid die zijn kerntaken weer goed vervult, die burger centraal stelt, die er is voor die burger, maar ook door die checks en balances serieus te blijven nemen. Wij koesteren onze grondwet, onze vrijheden, de rechten die daarin verankerd zijn. En we zijn zuinig op onze instituties, op de vrije pers, ook als ze ons de grond inschrijven, ook als partij. Het parlement, ook als de behandeling van wetten soms wat langer duurt dan wanneer je per decreet zou regeren. Ook de onafhankelijke rechters, die de overheid, en dat kan ook heel vervelend zijn, wijzen op verplichtingen die voortvloeien uit wetten en verdragen die we zelf hebben aangenomen. En ja, ook de Raad van State, ook als ze adviezen uitbrengen die politiek even wat minder uitkomen. Wij als NSC zullen de luis in de pels van de macht blijven. Politiek scherp houden. Bestuur dwingen om het belang van de burger voorop te stellen. Het algemeen belang, en dat is niet per se het belang van een groot bedrijf of een lobbyist. En vandaag, Pieter, was daarvoor opnieuw een inspiratie. Ik wil je daar zeer voor bedanken, ook Danielle overigens voor het mede organiseren daarvan. Ik vond het zeer inspirerend, blij je vandaag hier weer gezien te hebben. En je kunt op ons blijven rekenen. Dank je wel.
Thank you, Eddie. We're coming to the end of this symposium. Today we have learned so much. We have learned about challenges to the rule of law. We have learned how tangible the impact can be when the rule of law is undermined. Rule of law is often taken for granted, we heard, but in fact it is fragile, if not continuously supported and cherished. It needs functioning institutions, civil society, individuals to maintain it, to defend it, to stand up for it. The American-Polish author Anne Applebaum, I met her a few months ago in Warsaw. She believes it is important not to focus not only on autocratic regimes, such as those in Russia, Belarus, or Venezuela, but also think about the struggle against autocratic behaviors, wherever they are found. And towards that end, she believes we need networks of lawyers, democratic activists, yes, indeed, grassroots organizations, public officials to stand for the rule of law inside our own countries and around the world. People willing to organize and coordinate, based on the notion that we can make a difference, both at home and abroad, to make those checks and balances work. There are, after all, significant autocratic political movements and trends, also within EU member states and other Western countries. Today's symposium has been a small contribution to such networking, a conversation that has to be continued about the challenges in our own countries. Yes, we are in touch and should stay in touch with each other, inspiring and strengthening each other in this context. And one of those who during the past decades tirelessly stood up for the rule of law and democracy at home and abroad and brought and brings these people together, connected the dots, is of course Pieter Omtzigt, and we honored him here today. It's important for everyone fighting for rule of law, human rights and democracy not to feel standing alone. As we have heard here today, Pieter was in touch, always is in touch, and with remarkable persistence. This brings us to the end of the symposium here today. I would like to thank the organizers and volunteers, and especially Danielle Jansen for their work in preparing this event. It was good to see you all here today from the Netherlands and from abroad, interested in and committed to those checks and balances, to the rule of law in Europe and beyond. And since it is important to be and stay in touch, please feel welcome to our network reception here at the Old Church of Scheveningen. And please note that today's speakers are working on a book on effective human rights protection and reform of the Council of Europe. So this symposium will not be the end of the road. Thank you very much for your attendance.